It is not winter where I am right now, but I like to participate. So I made this thing. Days of Newgrounds. On the first day of Newgrounds, my true love sent to me everything by everyone. On the second day of Newgrounds, my true love sent to me 2 tank men and everything by everyone. On the third day of Newgrounds, my true love sent to me 3 unicorns, 2 tank men, and everything by everyone. On the 4th day of Newgrounds, my true love sent to me 4 castle crashers, 3 unicorns, 2 tank men, and everything by everyone. On the 5th day of Newgrounds, my true love sent to me 5 rusty spoons, 4 castle crashers, 3 unicorns, 2 tank men, and everything by everyone. On the 6th day of Newgrounds, my true love sent to me 6 madness combats, 5 rusty spoons, 4 castle crashers, 3 unicorns, 2 tank men, and everything by everyone. On the 7th day of Newgrounds, my true love sent to me 7 flash collabs, 6 madness combats, 5 rusty spoons, 4 castle crashers, 3 unicorns, 2 tank men, everything by everyone. On the 8th day of Newgrounds, my true love gave to me 8 clock cruise Pam, 7 flash collabs, 6 madness combats, 5 rusty spoons, 4 castle crashers, 3 unicorns, 2 tank men, and everything by everyone. On the 9th day of Newgrounds, my true love sent to me 9 dress-up games, 8 clock cruise Pam, 7 flash collabs, 6 madness combats, 5 rusty spoons, 4 castle crashers, 3 unicorns, 2 tank men, and everything by everyone. On the 10th day of Newgrounds, my true love sent to me 10 hentai loops, 9 dress-up games, 8 clock cruise Pam, 7 flash collabs, 6 madness combats, 5 rusty spoons, 4 castle crashers, 3 unicorns, 2 tank men, and everything by everyone. On the 11th day of Newgrounds, my true love sent to me. Wow. 7 community challenges, less contests, 10 hentai loops, 9 dress-up games, 8 clock roost pams, 7 flash collabs, 6 madness combats, 5 rusty spells, 4 castle crashers, 3 unicorns, that's for Charlie, you know, in case you didn't get the reference, 2 tank men and everything by everyone. On the 12th day of Newgrounds, my true love sent to me 12 Friday Night Funking mods, 11 community challenge, less contests, 10 hentai short loops, 9 dress-up games, 8 clock roost spam floodings, 7 flash collabs, 6 madness combats, 5 rusty spoon, 4 castle crashers, 3 unicorns, 2 tank men and everything by everyone.
Hello everybody, welcome to the Newgrounds Winterfest. This is Standpie, and I cannot stress how thrilled I am that we were able to bring you guys another festival after the success of the Summerfest you know, we knew we wanted to do something else not too far in the future, but not right away. So we gave it a half a year, and here we are with the Newgrounds Winter Festival. That opening animation, you didn't know if we'd have one, did you? Well, pleasant surprises all around. I, for one, am, like I said, just so thrilled to have been able to oversee that production, and of course this festival production. We have an amazing lineup all weekend, a lot of great people from the Newgrounds community, both new and old, some familiar faces from those of you who've been on the site for a very long time, as well as some lesser known or newer faces that have just become more active in the community recently. So we really have a mix of a little something for everyone, because it's everything by everyone. So in just a few moments, we're going to be transitioning over to our first panel of the night. We're going to be taking a look at some exciting pieces of Flash history with Lewis and company. But before we do that, I just want to give you guys some quick rundowns about the event this weekend. So as you know, if you are tuned into the Discord, you can interact with the panels in different ways. You'll be able to call in the main stage where some of the panels will be taking place. You'll also be able to ask panels in the panel questions tab. For those of you watching on YouTube, you can also ask questions in the YouTube chat. So it's really just whatever you feel comfortable doing, whatever's best for you. Let's make it happen and have ourselves an amazing Newgrounds Winterfest. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and switch us over to our wonderful rotating wallpaper that was created by you, members of the community, and take a look at all the different art people made for this event. You guys should be so very proud because you've did such an amazing job producing art. Really, I mean, you saw the intro. You know, so many people work hard on these events. It's really not just me. It's not just Spook. It's everybody. Big shout out to all of our staff members this year. We've also got Kekudo, Slimy Goo, and of course Neko I lending a hand. And for those of you who are watching on YouTube, we'll be with you until the end of our programming for the day. And then the rest of you on the Discord, well, you know what comes after that. So without further ado, thank you so much for being a part of this community, so much for the entire thing we have here, that is Newgrounds.com. Thank you, Tom, and the Newgrounds staff for all that you do, and for giving us a place to still have the internet, still have freedom, still have a place to be creative and a little bit quirky in our own special way. So I love you guys. I'm so glad that I get to be a part of this once again, and there's not much more to say. So we're going to go ahead and get queued up for our first panel. This is Standpie. I'll see you on the other side.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at www.newgrounds.com. Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at www.newgrounds.com.
Summerfest, but that would have been really bad.
Winterfest! That was for Cory. He requested that.
Thank you, Cory.
Yes.
The one and only Voices by Cory. So this panel is pretty focused in terms of like what we're going to talk about is game development. So if you're not interested in that, then you're probably not going to find this that entertaining. But you might. I don't know.
I like game development.
The thing I want, yeah. So like I want to like actually like kind of put like a focus of what this panel is going to be about. It's not going to be about me getting drunk in different countries like it was last time we did this.
Why not?
I know it's very exciting, but that's for a different panel in summer, but not
We do both?
winter. No, it's actually I did actually put some research into like what I wanted to like discuss and like things that people might find interesting or enlightening. So this is a more focused chat in terms of how, like, if you really like to or you want to mildly interested in game development, like you might feel inspired by this channel, or you might not. I don't know, but that's your problem. I think the topics I want to cover are the flash forward that is going on right now. If you're interested, definitely get into it because it's so interesting because like, and we're gonna get into this in full detail, like how Flash like started up being like the what is this, and then it became really cool, and then became really uncool, and so I feel like it's kind of like NFTs right now. They're not really that cool, but they might be cool, but then they'll totally be forgotten in a couple of years.
How dare you, sir? How dare you?
That's some pretty bold thing to start this off.
That's-
But
That's
I appreciate
yeah, wow.
You know, I don't agree with you, Lewis, but
And you don't need to. I'm just like I was thinking about it when I was trying to like write down like things like how like I can like make it relatable to like people that don't know anything about Flash.
relatable to the new wave like me.
Yeah,
Relatable to
exactly.
kids.
And
all we know is NFTs and
that's why we have you, Levi, to be like the
Yeah.
newer generation. We have to like bookend both ends of that, yeah.
I disagree that Flash ever became unpopular.
Yeah, no,
And I agree with you that it never did. But it's like Steve Jobs went out of his way to make it unpopular, and here we are.
Steve Jobs
now.
became unpopular.
You're making some deep cuts tonight, Lewis.
I know. I'm feeling some kind of way. Hopefully, Tom's not in this. Oh yeah, he is. Fuck.
Oh, he's here.
Mom, turn
he's
off
here.
your internet. Mom, get off. I mean,
Yeah. All right. So we're gonna be discussing Flash game development and how it's changed or how it hasn't changed that much, and it's changed a lot, by the way. But so we'll start at the beginning. Like, Josh, how did you get into like Flash in general? Like not so totally deep into it, but just like what inspired you to like pick up Flash, whether it's as a game developer or just like in general, like what attracted you to it?
so yeah, I got interested in Flash kind of before it was really being used much for games. If you guys are probably slightly familiar with like G4 TV, but before that there was Tech TV, and before that it was called something else. It was like whatever parent company owned it. I forget the fuck name was. That's how long ago it was. But they had on that channel, they were showing like new technology and stuff. And this is in the day of dial-up and stuff. So like nobody ever seen anything beyond like JPEGs that took 30 minutes to load. And these guys brought up this thing where it wasn't actually Flash. It was like that old Shockwave, the precursor to Flash, or it was kind of around the same time.
Yes,
But there was like this. It was like one of the first browser games I ever saw, and it was like a guy. It was like a boxing game where you beat up some celebrity. Just like every Flash game back in the day, really, where you're punching some celebrity. I don't remember who it was, but I was like, oh, that's pretty neat. And it kind of just lingered in the back of my head. And when I first moved to America,
What year was that? Just for context wise, for people.
1998, I believe.
Do you
So
live in America
my-
now?
So
Yeah,
most
yeah.
people weren't born that are listening.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, when I first
Can
moved
I
to
get your
America,
home address?
no, I was living with a guy who was running like chat sites and stuff like that. So he had like this whole server network. He was doing, web space stuff, and I had learned a little bit of like HTML, and that's kind of where my interest lied. And that's when I found the free trial of Flash 2. I was like, oh yeah, I tried that out, learned how to use it. I was just making like interactive shit, like websites where the buttons kind of moved or like fade ins and fade outs. Eventually made like some really simple point and click games where like there's windows and you click them and you shoot the people in the windows, things like that. Or there's
How
like
did that, what version of Flash was that?
Flash 2.
2. Okay.
Yeah, Flash 2. So Flash 2 didn't have, I mean, I don't know how many people are familiar with Flash, but movie clips were not a thing yet. So
All right,
everything
so
was
nobody's
graphic.
familiar with Flash now. So like, all right, so like take us
Yeah.
back to yesteryear.
Yeah, okay, so a movie clip in Flash is essentially a self-contained movie that has its own timeline, has its own scripting. It can control itself on its own. So, like, an example would be if you made a Flash game with a movie clip, you could have, like, a player that shoots his gun, and when the muzzle flash goes off, you could tell the rest of the game to do something or whatever. This didn't have that. It was just straight-up animation tool with buttons. That's all it was. The buttons themselves, if you've seen anything in Flash, a lot of times if you mouse over a button, it has a nice effect, some kind of animation. Couldn't do that. Nope. It was a straight up on state, off state, that type of thing. So very bare bones. But
Wow.
it was revolutionary at the time. Really cool. Fast forward a bit, and I got a job working for an ISP as a web designer, mostly because of the work I had done in Flash. I did not have a degree. I'm a college dropout. I did not have a degree. Again, in 1998, nobody was teaching web design, let alone Flash.
Yeah.
So it wasn't
Sure.
that hard to get a job. All you had to do was have the skills back then. Sucks to be you guys. You have to have fucking 20 degrees now. But anyway, I got this job. I'm working there. They got me Flash 3. That had movie clips. I got to develop more in that. Eventually, I got Flash 4, which was the first one to get script in. Blah blah blah. I made a game that probably hasn't aged too well. It's like a drive-by shooting game. You're like this guy in a car with 2 gats, and they're driving. You just shoot everybody in the windows and all that. And I found
cancel for that one.
yeah, I found Newgrounds shortly before that, so I was aware of it. Like, I had played Pico School. I think Samurai Asshole had just come out. It was like one of the most recent ones Tom did.
Okay.
And so it's around the same time. And incidentally, speaking of that game, if you've ever played it, you know you can play it with keyboard input. Like, it's a fighter game. You walk around, you attack. But that version of Flash that Tom made that in, that would have been Flash 4, I believe, or 3, one of those two. I think 4. That was the first one that had a scripting language. But you could not detect whether the key was up or down. You could only detect when it was pressed. So all Tom could do in that game was detect when you hit the key, and he'd make it walk. And then, you know when you hold down a key in a text editor, how it just repeats? Like, that's how you knew if the key was still down, basically. So props, like, if you look at Tom's old stuff, like, he did some impressive stuff. Like, it was way beyond what I was doing with such limitations. Like, you got to respect that.
Is that well, I mean, hopefully Tom raises a hand, because like in that scenario, was Tom your programmer then? Or like
yeah, basically, well, it's like when Tom was making those games, he was doing the art himself, he was programming, like, he was the everything. Like, we all were. None of us were looking at it as a real game design tool. It was just something to fuck around, and we were having fun.
Yeah,
like,
Pico School kind of cringe with art stuff.
yeah. I mean, like, back then, if you wanted to make a game, you basically had to make it from scratch. There was nothing like Unity. There was nothing like Unreal. You know, maybe you could mod like the Quake engine. Maybe that. But other than that, like, if you want to make a game from scratch, you made a game from scratch. So Flash, being an animation tool primarily, gave you a way where you could draw like when you're kids. I imagine a lot of you guys who are into art maybe just doodled, like, this is a level I would make if I made a game. Like, when I was a kid, I used to take like graph paper and shit, and I would like use it to map out like Super Mario Brothers levels. I wish.
I remember
all
that
stuff.
Did the same thing.
And Flash was like the next step of that. You could actually draw it on your computer, and then you could actually make it work a little bit, you know? And it's like, yeah, it's never going to be a big game. I'm never going to get rich. But God, this is fun. This is my hobby. I enjoy doing it. And that's what it was for me. Most of my Flash skills were actually applied to the web design side. You know, I was making interactive websites with buttons that had noise and things like that, small animations and stuff like that. So, yeah, making the games was purely for fun. And Newgrounds was a great place to put it.
I think secretly, like, in my mind, and I don't think I ever told Nick that, Pesto Force, is like, I want to make a game where like people actually have to like make a map and their graph paper and shit. Like,
yeah. Throwback to how we used to imagine games. Yeah, there's a guy who's making a game now where he's literally drawing everything in ink and he's like doing it on paper.
Like I want kids to like do that for my game, and I mean, maybe the attention span's not there anymore, where they're like, "Oh, it's too hard. Fuck your game." Or
what do you think, Levi? What do you think?
That attention. So I actually tried to do that exact thing a couple years ago. I was working on a Zelda game, and it came out shitty. But at the time, I was like, I want someone to like play this game. I wanted someone to play this game and then make a map. But like, whenever I read the comments and stuff on like other websites that I posted on, they were like, "Oh, here's a guide to where everything is," and it's like, well, you just ruined all the fun for everybody, man.
That's the toughest thing for me, I think, in terms of like how games have evolved. I mean, for better or for worse, but it's like I remember like going home, or like I needed to like subscribe to Nintendo Power because they had the whole map for Skate or Die 2 or whatever.
I think even like I could say even recently as back as like 2010, like, because I grew up in the 2010s. I grew up playing like Minecraft and stuff, and you know it's funny now, but like those old stories of like, oh, Herobrine's real, like that was like our generation of that. So there was still that when we were like kids, but I think it's gotten, because you know the internet's spreading more and more. I think that that is also dying. But I remember as a kid being like, oh, all this stuff in Minecraft is like, I don't know if this is real or not. Like cheat code books still existed when I was a kid. Like all this crazy stuff still existed, but it definitely died out a lot.
I think a big source today for that kind of energy is like Scratch. Actually, my kids are into that a lot, and when I was teaching high school, a lot of that was what everybody was into as far as like scratching a creative itch in game making.
Well, I think
no pun intended.
I think even
You totally intended that pun, by the way.
I'm one of the proponents that believes we live in, I didn't start game development until I was like in high school too, and I use Construct 2, which is like baby's first game engine, and I still use that to this day because I just think it's fun. But I'm someone who believes that literally anyone can make a game whenever they want. We live in such a day and age where there's so many pickup tools where someone can make a great game in like a few weeks, and you don't have to go through that entire learning curve. I think it's a great thing. Maybe some people may like shun it and be like, oh, well, then you're gonna let anyone just do anything, and there's gonna be a lot of shit. But
it was like that with Flash also, though. I mean, I think the one thing about Flash that I'll always appreciate is like anybody could get into. Like, you might not make the most sophisticated game or the most sophisticated website. Josh, do you remember like Too Advanced, and like there was like companies that did like the whole like website design thing, and it was totally based on Flash.
Yeah, GabbleCorp was one of the big things that got me in it. You remember GabbleCorp? That was a huge one.
Like, it was like amazing what people made with Flash, because like, was Flash even made to like, what was it made for actually do? Because like
it was originally an animation program. It was like Flash started out as it's like Future Splash or something like that. It was just an animation tool. Like, it had no real affiliation with Shockwave. Shockwave was a whole other thing for making interactive applications that happened to work on the web. And Macromedia ended up owning both of those properties, and it was kind of confusing which was which. So they, for some reason, decided to name Future Splash Shockwave Flash. Like, that's what it was originally called. Yeah. And that just made it even more confusing because these are two completely different technologies. But and that's why the files to this day are called, or SWF files, Shockwave Flash.
So I think the other thing was
Jack in to. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Let Jack.
Yeah, Jack is the next generation of Flash, or not Flash anymore. What, I don't even know what's called anymore.
Just HTML. Probably just HTML.
Game development.
Yeah, just game development.
All right, so like how? All right, so Levi, this is mostly for you, and Jack if he shows up.
Yeah.
How has game development changed for you in terms of like how you structure stuff, in terms of like developing stuff?
I don't have.
Throw something in as far as the old school, real quick, before we go to the new school.
Yeah, go for it.
My original exposure to a Flash-like program was called HyperCard. I don't know if anybody remembers that, but it was a Mac program that was just a stack of like virtual index cards, and you could make an animation by just saying go to next, go to next, go to next, go to next forever, and you would draw a different picture on every index card. But it also had really rudimentary button processing and even invisible buttons. And so the first game I ever made was a point-and-click adventure in HyperCard back in the day. Awesome. But it's very similar conceptually to Flash. And I think
stuff like that on Windows too. I don't remember what it was called though, but yeah, similar background.
Like my introduction to animation was the Disney Animation Studio, which had onion skinning, which was like amazing. And like when I saw that Flash had that, I think my introduction to Newgrounds in general was like that stupid. Well, it's not stupid because Tom's here.
It's awesome. It's the best.
Do you remember that? Like, do you remember that Flash ad, Josh, where it was like a motorcycle and you run over people, and it was just like a stupid ad?
Yeah.
Where you just run over people, and it's like, oh, I was like, that's cool. And I was like, let me check out this Newgrounds thing. And then years later, I ended up working at that damn company. But I mean, like that started like the spark, and like even as an animator, like my game development, just like focus that back on game dev, which is what this whole talk is about. Like I'm very old school in terms of like how I program things, and I say program because like I'm not really a programmer by any means. Like Tell Target was big on my I like telling people what to do or telling things to do.
You're a psycho.
For those not listening, Tell Target was the old way of telling movie clips to go to and play things, so you could move your movie clips around.
Yeah, and that's how Tom made Castle Crush also. Now on that game.
I wouldn't be surprised, actually.
It's all Tell Targets.
Yeah, and Tom suddenly
stream.
leaves. Tom leaves now. He's like, all right, fuck you guys.
Fuck you guys.
You're fired.
Damn it!
All right, so Jack, tell us about how you approach program, and not to put you on the spot, but I'm going to put you on the spot because you're the new guy now. How do you approach programming in the post Flash world, which is weird because Flash was cool, and then it wasn't cool, and then it was cool, and now it's not cool, and now it's cool again.
I'm sorry. I was just getting my mic set up. Can you hear me?
We gotta wait for Jack to get.
You're really quiet, Jack.
I'm really quiet. Is this better?
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Now you're on the
If it's
spot.
loud, just tell me. Okay. Yeah. I never worked in Flash because I'm 12 years old, so I don't have any experience with that. But I will say programming for me came it took a while for me to get used to it because I must have started when I was I think I downloaded Game Maker for the first time, which is what I always work in, when I was 8 years old probably. And I just stuck with the crappy drag and drop system that it used, and I would rip sprites out of Mega Man games and try to make platformer games in Game Maker using those.
That's how Tom
And,
started also.
Yeah, it's really easy to just steal sprites from stuff, it turns out. And they would always turn out really bad, and I never finished them. And then I was like, wow, drag and drop kind of
Above
stinks.
Big Adventure.
Oh. I was like, oh, I should probably learn how to program now. Because when I was 10, and then I tried, and I was like, this is complicated. I'm never gonna figure this out. So I dropped it for 2 years, and then I came back when I was 13, and I just brute forced my way until I figured it out, and here I am now.
You'll get there one day, Jack. You'll get
Yeah,
there.
I'm still
You'll
not
get there,
there.
Jack.
All of my code is just copying and pasting YouTube tutorials.
Yeah.
I just copy and paste things that Psycho Goldfish sends me.
Yeah, I just.
That's actually true, though.
Stuff.
So yeah. So
Yeah.
I will mention in here as well that that's kind of my same process. I started out just making silly animations, and then started adding button events to change frames or to skip to a death scene or whatever, and then just slowly got more and more courageous and building more and more ambitious stuff until
I assume most of you guys have played Teletubby Funland, right? The game Tom made, where it's mostly just click. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting. Is that's what we all made, was shit like that.
Yeah. I mean, you all have to start somewhere. Yeah.
all right. So here's a weird question for you guys. Do you think it's important to know about art to be able to make good games?
No,
I'd say so. I'd say so, a little bit at least.
Just look and feel,
Yeah.
I've worked with a lot of programmers that it's tough to explain stuff. It's feel is tough to explain to somebody.
Yeah.
I know I've worked with programmers that are awesome programmers, very smart, but it's tough to well, can you give it a little more of this? I don't even know what this means, but it's it's just
It's a feel, yeah.
feel right, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it's necessarily art. It's an experience thing. It's combination of having an animator's eye, of having a feel for games that have really good arcade physics and knowing how to recreate that. I'm going to call out a lot of people right now. Your platformer games where y'all jump and your jump's really floaty and you move it at the exact same speed no matter which direction you're going. Yeah, that doesn't feel good. Don't stop doing that. Stop it.
That
You
takes
know who you are.
no, but that takes extra effort to program in, I feel too.
Like
Yeah.
that's harder to do than just like an actual jump.
Like one of my biggest peeves of like games that I play is like when the space bars jump. Like this is just gigantic like rectangular button that I have to use for jump. Like that's just like my thing. It's like doesn't even look like a button to me. It's just like this big Twix bar looking thing.
Okay, Grandpa. You need to play
Wow.
fucking shooter games. That's always jump, buddy.
Get off
Fucking
my space
Grandpa.
bar.
It's just
Even when
really
I was-
clunky though. To me,
Even
that's
when
like
I was a kid, I thought that too. When I would play Flash games, I was like, "Why the fuck's the space bar?"
yeah, it's just like a clunky button. Like every other button kind of looks the same on the keyboard, but except that one. But you want that one to be the
I'm, like,
most
playing a
important
shoot-
button.
If I'm playing,
There's
shooter
actually
game,
a
like,
programming reason to not use the spacebar because a lot of keyboards, especially older ones,
There's a
they
delay
won't-
in it.
they'll drop inputs if you're using like certain combinations of arrow keys and spacebar. So you can-
Even modern HTML5 games, if you play them in a browser and you hit spacebar, by default, space on a browser will make the page scroll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's-
So
Alright,
there's reasons to avoid it besides just Lewis's aesthetic feelings.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, avoid it, but don't do it for Lewis.
I
Well,
got like
actually,
Do it in
That's-
spite of Lewis.
that's a kind of good segue though. Like, how does like mobile fit into like game development nowadays? Because like obviously we've been struggling with that, Nick, in our games. Not
So-
struggling, but it's like it's a consideration. That's all.
Yeah, my opinion is it's essential nowadays. If web games are going to have a renaissance, then we have to support mobile. I think, at least from the stats I see on the different websites I work on, more than half the traffic is on mobile nowadays. And so, you know, if we want people to play our web games, we got to cater to those mobile needs. The keyboard based generation is getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
Yeah. I put a lot of fucking work into making Newgrounds work on your phones. So you guys need to start making your goddamn games work on them too. And pro tip. A lot of the stuff that gets front paged on Newgrounds, and this is 100% true, undisputable, it's stuff Tom finds while he's on his phone taking a poop. So it's got to work on Tom's phone.
So that's how we got into legendary games, Nick.
Yep.
Because Tom was taking shit.
Yes, exactly.
I've really wanted to accommodate mobile game support because in
I
Construct
thought you were gonna say
Three-
Tom pooping.
Yeah, same thing.
We all want to accommodate that.
I want to accommodate Thomas crab session. But anyway, I've been wanting to accommodate it because it's super easy to do in Construct 2. But like with recently, I just released Shoot Trip Die, and I was like a week
Oh,
before.
yeah. Congratulations
Pixel.
with it.
Oh, thank you very much. The week before Pixel Day, I was like, I really want to add mobile support to this, but like, there's just time constraints, and I really want to go. If there's anything I want to do that like would actually waste time on getting the full game out, it would be to add mobile support to.
It's
full
hard
ass
because a lot of mobile support on traditional keyboard games is just like trying to put an overlay, like a
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate that.
joystick overlay, rather than having like a deep mechanic that makes
Yeah,
more sense with mobile.
I
I
have a
mean,
game. I have. Oh, sorry. Go on, Jack.
No, I was gonna say, Levi, with your game, it'd probably be like pretty easy to put in mobile controls because your game is just like, you move, like left,
Yeah.
right, up, and down,
He's
and you can
basically
only
calling
shoot
you
in
out,
two
Levi.
directions.
Yeah,
Yeah,
No,
Levi,
I'm
stop being
saying
lazy.
you're-
Come
I'm
on.
saying
No, but
you're
I was gonna say that I have like 2 games that are literally just one button games, but like I just saw a GIF.
So you have no excuse.
I
then.
just saw a GIF in general fail. And it's-
I think
fun
I
fact
think
while
with
we're
the,
talking about that, real quick, there is actually a separate front page on Newgrounds for mobile. So if you make
yeah,
mobile friendly games, they actually will probably stay on there a lot longer.
yeah,
than the other
I've noticed there was that
True.
Pixel Day game from like 2018 that like stayed on there for like 2 years because
Yeah.
Yeah.
like the Pixel runner. Yeah, I saw that.
Every
Yeah,
time
who
I-
made that? That guy's awesome.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe-
basically,
you know what?
me and you are gonna be
Psycho,
there
just for you,
forever.
I'm gonna make
like an
I'm gonna
Amiga
make a
game.
mobile game just for you, Psycho.
Every
for
time
you.
I look at Newgrounds on my phone, I always see that like Friday Night Funkin' Pico 8 remake is still
Mm.
on the front
Yeah.
page, the mobile one.
Frankly, everybody should make it their mission to bump all of that shit. That's the
Yeah,
new mission.
Please
Yeah.
do.
True.
Yeah, if there's
Like,
anything from this panel that you need to do is make a mobile friendly game. Because Tom's
leave-
gonna look at it because he has to poop at some point.
He poops a lot. He
I'll
poops
do
a
it.
lot.
Might
Tom
as
poops a
well.
lot.
You heard it
I
here
like that
first.
he's in the audience also. He's like, oh really?
He's pooping right now.
He's like, all
As,
right.
He said
well,
as
in the
Will
chat-
calls him, Tom Regular Fault. Yes.
He
He's
said
like,
in the
all
chat
right,
he's working
well-
on his taxes. And,
He's like,
and
well,
so,
Jack's band, Lewis's band, Levi's band. They talk
Levi,
so
I
much
was
shit.
gonna say for your game, I think a cool mobile mechanic there would be swiping right or left because your guys can only shoot right and left.
Yeah.
On your
Ah,
latest
that's interesting.
So
Yeah,
I think that would translate pretty cool to mobile.
You would never really want to stop shooting, but yeah,
Yeah,
definitely. I would love to do a mobile port for the 4 at least. So
You know, it'd be like really annoying and cool is if you made it so you had to tilt your phone left and right.
yeah,
Yes.
that's how you move and you swipe to shoot. You have to shake your phone to use your item.
Someone needs to make a game where you actually have to throw your phone.
Yeah.
I think there was a game like that where like you have to.
There's
there was like a-
There's an app that does that. It's
Yeah,
a high
you throw your
scoreboard
phone-
to see how
Yeah.
long
It's like-
your
it's
phone
like
can
the-
stay.
The Pokemon
Airborne.
Go of football games.
Actually,
Breaking your
I
phone.
do want to kind of do that. It's interesting that you said that, Josh, because like I do. It was a bit on the back of my mind. It's like, what if we made like not like a Pokemon game, but like something like if you show up to Pico today, you can unlock a certain thing.
That'd be awesome.
Because it's
Lewis,
like
Lewis, just say you want to make NFTs, man. You don't have to don't have to.
no, I'm not gonna fuck NFTs. No, but I was like, because like my friend was like, oh my god, there's a gym nearby, I gotta go. I'm like, dude, I just bought you a drink. He's like, I need to fight for this gym or whatever the Pokemon shit is. I was like, man, this could actually work for like Newgrounds stuff. Like if we had a Pico day, it's like, oh my god, I gotta go to the Pico office.
I had a
Newgrounds.
coworker who would go for a walk
Nobody-
every day
nobody
to
is-
go capture Pokemon.
You know how many insane people would show up to the Newgrounds headquarters?
I know that's the problem.
That's a bad idea.
Like Bob went to like Marrakesh to catch a rare Pokemon.
Wow.
Like he was that committed to it. And I was like, we need that type of audience at Newgrounds. Well, maybe not that one, but
You want
So
the
speaking of mobile
Pokemon-
ports, I want to convert Lewis Launch into a
oh
tilt
no.
to control game.
There you go. There you go.
All right, so we've actually covered a lot now. How much time do you have left, actually?
We got close to 25 minutes.
Okay, so I guess
Really?
we can like open it up to like other people that want to ask questions. Like it was just kind of like us at first, but other people maybe want to have something to say about talk shit about
Yes,
us.
that's how a question segment works. Thank you, Lewis.
But I'm actually surprised how like put together this panel was. It wasn't like this Sleepy Cabin panel where everybody
Right.
just shows up.
Well, we got a few questions in the Discord chat, but one I want to address personally. RGP Adams was asking, what are your thoughts on a proper mobile app for Newgrounds with A-rated content hidden, et cetera, et cetera?
Okay.
That's a tough one because, first of all, it would have to probably be stripped down even farther than that to actually work. Like, if you've been following any of the stuff with how Apple's being approached by Epic and stuff, like they're not very open to other platforms having just like this unlimited game library that other people can submit to. So right off the bat, we're not getting on the Apple App Store just because we have games. The content in our portal, it doesn't necessarily have to be A-rated. Just some of the M-rated stuff on there, I think would probably get us kicked off of Google Play. So it kind of becomes not worth the effort to maintain a whole app, especially when we put so much effort into making the website itself just work fine on mobile. If you really want to tell these app stores to go to hell, the best thing you can do is support things that work in the browser. It sucks because they're not quite the same experience, but you know what? They're good enough.
Well, that's what was my question also. Like somebody asked me that, and I was like, well, Newgrounds does a lot of other things also. Like it's not just games, it's not just movies. So it's like, if we were just like Netflix, where all we were serving is movies, and maybe that could be like reined in. But we have a lot of other stuff also. I know it's like
The closest I think we would get is maybe having individual apps. You might have like a Newgrounds radio app, which is all curated audio that we've basically screened. maybe a Newgrounds video app. Again, it would have to be stuff that was curated though. Like you wouldn't get the whole of Newgrounds. You get the cream of the crop, stuff that passed judgment, stuff that's probably been front page at some point, things like that. So it would be a limited experience, but that's in the realm of possibility.
So it's like Tom sitting in the shitter for like days and days.
Yeah. And again, this would be a whole other code base to maintain. So if you guys want to see this happen, like make all your friends spy supporter status.
Well, I think.
What?
Wait,
So the basic idea is what you're saying. Oh, sorry, Jack. I wanted to get this out. So basically, what you're saying is that like if you wanted to get like a Newgrounds app out there, it would have to be just little segmented parts. Like that's all we could do. I mean, that sucks.
Yeah, it does. I think there's probably avenues where we could probably do some kind of like anything where you can choose to install your own software could work. Like Android is open. Like there's nothing stopping us from making an app that people circumvent the App Store to do. But there's no way you're getting on anything Apple related. Right? Apple's pretty much a no-go, and that's a lot of mobile users. So it's tough to justify that big of an investment. Keep in mind, Newgrounds right now, we have one server admin, we have 2 programmers, developers, and that's it. And then we have Tom, running things. Like we're a skeleton crew.
And he's in the bathroom most of the time.
Yeah, Tom just shits all day, all fucking day. Like I can't fucking believe it.
I often forget how like little staff there is on Newgrounds and how well the site runs because of like even with that, like it's crazy.
All I do is just pour beer on the servers. That's all I do.
Yeah, that's actually why Lewis got fired. We
I take
tired of having to fix the servers.
I take for granted how great of a website it is. But I appreciate it, all the work that goes into
This
we
might be like...
got a couple of questions from the
let's open it up.
panel question. So one question is
Jack talk, please.
Sorry.
Yeah, Jack talk.
This question is for Jack.
Okay, this is my question. This might be kind of like a Hail Mary, but why don't you just delete all the games and movies to get on Google Play and the iPhone store?
I'm working on it. I'm just not that good of a hacker yet. But maybe, Jack, you're getting there. You're getting there, buddy.
I got good ideas, just nobody listens to them.
Delete everything.
Just delete the kill the competition. I like your ruthless business spirit, Jack. I like your ruthless business spirit.
You still have art and music left over.
Just make that the Newgrounds logo.
My thing was originally like if we're serving adult ads anyways, like fuck it. Let's just really embrace this. But I know that's not like what Tom wants to do.
No, we're actually very much moving away from ads. Like thanks to all our supporters.
I know.
But mostly ad free on the entire website for everybody. Like the adult pages are about all that's left of ads at this point. So thanks, guys.
I remember when I first got on the Newgrounds back in 2016, there was ads, and it's crazy to see them all gone now, except for on adult stuff. But it's a nice thing. Nice to see. Smiley face.
Which is where you spend most of your time, so you're seeing a lot of ads.
Yeah, I see a lot of ads anyways. No one's beating on me, but that's besides the point.
So here's a question from the chat channel. How similar are Flash and Adobe Animate? They're the same thing.
I can't answer it because I don't use it, but as far my understanding is just Adobe Animate is Flash without ActionScript, basically.
Yeah, like Adobe is going out of its way to like make sure Flash isn't a band-aid for everything, right? So like you can't make a game with Flash like you could back then.
Not completely.
Well, I guess
you can do all your animation in it, but that's about it.
That ties into another question. Do you think that Flash as a content platform can evolve and improve without Adobe support?
It's possible. There are projects out there where people are basically taking, because most of the Flash source is open now. So like if you look at what Ruffle's doing as far as a player, there are people who are making apps to make new Flash. And I don't even think they're necessarily going to be using the Flash format, however. I don't know that Flash, like the SWF format in particular, which is the file that Flash compiles, I don't think that's ever coming back. I mean, outside of things like what we're doing with the Flash Forward Game Jam, like Newgrounds will support it to a point, but I don't know that it's ever going to come back in a way where you're going to be building things. Like, I mean, Tom will use it forever. Tom's going to make every game in Flash for the rest of his life. But the average person coming into multimedia in any form is probably not going to do it in Flash. There may be replacements for Flash, but that's what's going to take.
I would love to see some enterprising open source entrepreneur to start a project around creating an updated Flash IDE, or at least something that works like the Flash IDE. Because
and people are doing it. I can't remember what it's called, but there is one. I'll try and remember and make some comment. Follow me on Twitter, and at some point I'll retweet it. You'll find it. But yeah, there is a group that's making an open source version of that.
That would be awesome, because it's like
just with the timeline and movie clips and being able to nest stuff inside of other stuff. Like nothing out there does it as quick and easy as you can with Flash. So until that happens. Sure. Until that happens, I say Flash is not ever officially dead, because you can't work as fast in any other medium as you can when you're working in the Flash IDE. Still to this day, I mean, I've been working on the Flash Forward game jam, and it's just like, compared with the amount of work that went into working on the Castle Crashing the Beard reboot in Game Maker 2. Oh, Flash is such a relief. Like, it's just so much easier. It's like a breath of fresh air, a drink of cool water, like to go back and work in the Flash IDE.
Until you hit the issues with Flash. It's got a lot of issues.
Yeah, those can be taken care of. Somebody can fix all that.
I mean, on that note, I forgot I had on my little note card here. Make sure to join the Flash Forward collab. That's going on right now. March 13th is the deadline.
Jack, Lima, you guys going to get in on that and give it a try? I think you guys should totally do it and get a taste for the roots of Newgrounds. I think you guys should.
Flash intimidates me. It scares me.
I zoned out.
Everything's scary, boo boo.
What did you say? I wasn't paying attention.
He walked away. I said you and Jack need to do the Flash Forward jam. Like, make a game in Flash. Just get a feel for your roots as a game developer.
Oh yeah, of course. You know what? Me, you, Jack, we're gonna collab and make something fucking awesome.
Jack, just do art, and then you don't have to worry about it right now.
Yeah, Jack's actually a talented artist, so he could tell us his sunrise.
It's not like the roles are switched or
Wait,
anything.
what?
What?
Wait, what?
Here's a good question from the chat. How do y'all stay motivated to see a project through?
Ooh,
I don't.
I don't eat.
I just give up now.
I
don't give up, but I drop the project a lot, and then if I really love it enough, I'll come back to it. That's basically my answer.
That's basically what I do too.
If you love it, let it go.
I give up until I give up until Nick is like, we need these sprites, and I'm like, all right, I'm back on.
I give up until I'm bullied. Nick is the biggest bully on Newgrounds, by the way.
I like just finished like an almost year-long project, over a year-long project, like back in October. And like I felt like super demotivated in the middle of it. Like I didn't want to work on it anymore, just because that's like the longest I've ever worked on a project, and it didn't seem like the end was in sight. But I figured like the only thing keeping me going was just thinking like, oh, if I drop it now, it's just never gonna get finished. Like that's just a fact. Like,
I think
you can't stop.
Yeah, I think for me, I can't speak for Nick at all, but it's like the last part is like the worst, because it's like, we need this, this, and this, and this, and I was like, I thought I did all this shit already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just released a demo for a game that I'm going to be working on close to a year now, and I'm kind of going through that dip, like Jack just said. I'm in that middle part now where like I got the demo out, and I'm like, yay, everyone likes it, but now I'm like, oh, now I got to do everything else, and I got to fix everything that people have pointed out is wrong with it, and it's that low period. But my motivation is that I love making art, I love doing fun, I love making stuff that people are interested in. So and I also am self-motivated because this is my baby. Like, this is my like pride and joy. Like, I need this to not do well, but I want this to be something that I can look back on and be like, I'm proud of this, even if no one else likes it, or if it's
and like I think that's what's tough about game development. I think is like, because you're like giving your baby to somebody else to like mess with. Also,
it's super long. Like with art and with music and stuff like that. Not to like belittle them, but game development takes like 4 times that length, and
for sure.
It essentially requires all of those arts all in one.
Exactly.
You gotta have sound design, you gotta have art, you gotta have fucking all of it.
I forgot to mention. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Jack.
Oh, okay. I forgot to mention, like, while I was talking about working on the project for like a year. That's another big part of like why I didn't stop working on it, is because like I had other people working on it doing the art and music. And I was thinking like, oh, if I give up now, then it's all for nothing. And like these guys have already like done their part, so I don't want to
Yeah.
fail them.
That's
You don't want to
true.
let other people down, basically.
It does help being accountable to other people for sure.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. Is it's like if you're trying to start a workout program or lose weight or change your life in any way, if you just stay in your own head, then it's way easier to abandon it because nobody knows.
Mhm.
But if you involve other people in the process, tell them what you're doing, team up with them, they help keep you motivated. But another thing that happens when you work on a team is you inspire each other. Like when
Yeah.
Lewis sends me a new packet of art and I see, oh man, I never imagined that my programmer art would look like that. I'm excited to hop back into it, and just getting the ball rolling after having stopped for a little while with little
That's
boosts
true.
of inspiration like that gets you back on track. And then another thing
Yeah.
I think is if you are doing a larger project, like this was important when we were doing a Bobo's Big Adventure, is having some sort of community that you don't want to spoil, what you're working necessarily. But if you can have like a beta tester community or a small group of people like Patreon or whatever that you can share what you're working like in progress, WIP, work in progress version of
Yeah.
what you're doing, and get feedback and hear people say, oh, it's awesome. Oh, I love this. Oh, what if you change this? That can
Yeah.
really like get you motivated as well to keep going. So I think a big part of it is involving other people,
For sure.
whether those are your team members or a community of
Mhm.
people.
I,
Yeah, I
I will
remember.
add on to that. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go for it.
Oh, I was gonna add on to that. I 100% agree with what you're saying, but you also have to do it in a healthy amount, because I've been in projects where like I show off a lot of things a lot, and like I like that like constant dopamine hit of like, oh, here's this thing I'm working on. They're like, oh, it looks great, and then I'm just like, if I do one thing wrong and they're like, that doesn't look okay, I'm like, I ruined everything. Like
It's the No Man's Sky trap where like it almost overhypes what you're doing and then people get disappointed. Yeah.
With
Yeah.
ST Shoot Trip Die, I tried to show as the least amount of things as possible. Sorry, I almost said the naughty word, but with Shoot Trip Die, with Shoot Trip Die, I wanted to show the least amount as possible, but I also wanted to just sprinkle in everything every now and then, just to let people know, hey, this is still being worked on. This isn't dead. And I also had my own little community, like you said, of just artists and the musicians that knew that it was still alive. But everyone else was just like, I don't even know what this thing is, and then it dropped, and it was like, whoa, this is cool. But yeah,
it's a razor's edge. How much you want to share because of spoiling and
it's a fine line.
Yeah, it's pretty much what I was gonna say. Like in my conversations with Crinkles and like their Project Nexus stuff, like they have like a deep beta testing team, but like that they're actually like processing stuff and learning from like, I mean, this is like a gigantic game also, so it's, to me, I'd feel nervous like sharing it to people because I'm like, this is like my secret thing. Like I don't want people to tell me how to make games, because I know how to make games and I don't know how to make games, especially when it's at that level. So like it was cool to like know like that like he really cares about like his fans. I don't. But I mean, like, no, for a game that size, you need to. Like,
you heard it here
like,
first. Lewis doesn't care about any of you.
Lewis wants you all there.
No, my games are like very small scale. Like, I don't like I mean, that's why we don't have a Kickstarter or anything. Because like I would be scared to like make stuff otherwise. But it is like for games,
sometimes
it's
a big
important.
risk. It's scary.
Yeah, for games, it's important. I think though. Like whenever I do animations and stuff, it's like, well, if you don't like it, then fuck you. Or I should have said. But I mean, like, I am motivated though by recently, and I'm going off game dev now, unfortunately. But like Cory was here earlier in like the audience, and like he gave me all these voices for like Pico and stuff, and like I didn't know what a Pico should actually sound like, and I was kind of like, I'm not gonna finish this, and I heard his voice, his beautiful voice, and I was like, all right, I can make this, and I did it. So like it's kind of like what you said, Nick, in terms of like when you get like fed new content, you're like, all right, we're back, and then
yeah,
we're back, baby.
Got the mojo. Here's another question. what software programming language for game dev do you recommend for beginners who are starting from zero?
Construct 2. I still use it because it's easy for me, and I'm really dumb, and I have big divots in my brain. But if you want to start to get into development, Construct 2 is really fucking easy.
That's how you're gonna sell it.
Yeah, if you're a big idiot like me and you want to make games still, then use Construct 2 or 3, whatever is like up to date.
Whatever's convenient to you. Whatever's
Or Game Maker. Game Maker's good too.
Game Maker is super easy to get started in.
Yeah, I've used Game Maker.
I found that
I've made a little prototype in Game Maker. If I can do it, literally anyone can.
I found that Game Maker 2 Game Maker and Game Maker 2 were the easiest for me to transition out of how I understood Flash to work. Like it was more intuitive for me than any of the other platforms out there.
Is it like more logic based as opposed to like C# and stuff, like where it's not, you gotta like really adapt to these new concepts of like how to like tell things to do stuff?
Yeah, it's kind of based around like an object structure, and you can have functions and stuff that it makes sense how it all works and runs together.
This is just like my purely creative mind. That's all. Because like I've been trying to like learn React right now, and like it's kind of sinking in because it's easier to grasp than like a lot of the other languages that I've been trying to like wrap my head around. Where it is kind of like logic based, where it's like, all right, this is this and this is that.
Some of the problem is the old dog new tricks thing too. Like we're programmed to work a certain way because we've been doing it so long.
Yeah.
If you're just coming into it, it's a whole other thing. So you actually got to look at your own background. Like, what are you good at? What do you already know? Like, if you don't have any programming knowledge whatsoever, you probably want to work in something that's more visual. That's where your Game Maker, your Construct do come in, because they do have a very visual interface. That will help a lot. Mm-hmm. You also got to look at what your end goal is too. If you have dreams of putting something out on the Switch, you probably want to learn something that has an easy way to export to the Switch, things like that. So there is no one answer to this. There's so many fucking ways to develop games right now. You just kind of got to put in a little bit of research, honestly, and figure out what you already know, what you're good at.
What you want,
And if you're just doing it as a hobby and you're just dipping your toes in it, I would agree with Levi. I would get into Construct. That's probably one of the easiest ones to start with, or Game Maker. Unity, that's a whole other beast because it is essentially a 3D game development program, even though you can make 2D in it. So you got to learn a whole lot more. And the programming in it is very strict. So you have to understand all the rules of programming, typing, all that. Like, there's a lot to learn. Now, if you really want to get into programming, that's not bad to learn. So again, you just have to figure out what you want to get out of it. Is it a hobby? Do you really want to go hard on it? You can learn any of them, and eventually you'll learn all the fundamentals you need anyway and move to whatever you want to use. So whatever you do decide on, it's not the end all be all. But again, just kind of pick something that's based on what you're comfortable working with now. Take those baby steps, learn the fundamentals, and you can use whatever the fuck you want when you get up there until you get to be like as old as me and Lewis, and then it's really hard to change.
What?
Well, I've actually found it kind of hard to pivot out of things because I wanted to leave Construct 2 for a while, mostly because I was self-conscious, because I was like, man, I'm like almost 20, 19, and I don't even know how to.
Oh, the nerve.
I know. I don't know how to program yet. Like, I'm still really dumb. But then I was also like, I want to become rich and famous. I want to be this best programmer ever. But I was like, now I'm a hobbyist. Like, do it. Make sure that you have fun first. Like, if you don't want to do anything for fun first, and you're not going to enjoy it like professionally, I feel. But that's just me.
And I think another thing to throw in there is whatever platform you choose, try to find one that has a lot of community and documentation and support. That makes a big difference, because you do just start out copying and pasting what other people have done at first, until you understand it and can generate your own code. So
Godot's a good example, because Godot just came out, and like, if you didn't know how to work in a game development program, jumping into that one clean, that would have been tough. It's getting better, but like you said, get something supported.
I started trying to learn Godot like a couple months ago because I want to move out of Game Maker, and it's just like super intimidating just to look at it. It looks so complicated, but really it's not even like that hard. Like, I've been following like a couple tutorials, and it basically is a lot like Game Maker. It just looks harder.
I didn't even know you said it. Godot. I thought it was Godot.
I don't know. I think Godot just sounds better. to me.
Yeah,
Go
the
back.
creator of the GIF format calls it judo.
What?
Uh,
You're lying.
I was just thinking of
No, listen, no,
GoBots.
no, do not.
GoBots is the cheap Transformers from back in the day. GoBots. So
I
Go
love those
Godot.
things.
Brandy said it, Godot from like the play Waiting for Godot, and that's what I figured too.
Oh man, we're talking about plays.
I don't. That's
No.
the only play.
We're
I've ever heard
talking
of.
about game dev. Come on. Has
Somebody
anybody ever made a
is
game
well
that
I thought it
educated.
was like
is a
data- I
play
thought it was
from
like
start to
data
finish?
type deal. Huh?
We in here
Yeah.
talking about games. We in here talking about plays. We in here talking about
Did you guys
practice.
know that Super Mario 3 was a play the whole time?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
It's true.
Yeah,
It's true.
there's
You end the level by going out of the curtain.
You
curtain
learned that
goes
from
up and
game
down.
theory. I know you.
Yeah,
do.
there's
You
a
love game
curtain.
theory.
There's a curtain, and that's how you know.
Oh, actually, you know what? That just reminded me. If you really do want to get into game development and you're just dipping your toes into it, this will
Join a
sound
play.
stupid. But yeah, join a play. No, WarioWare DIY actually
Oh yeah.
made me get into game dev. Like
Like
Yeah.
Mario Maker or like anything like that. That is
Modding stuff in general, yeah, that's a
Oh,
great
that's
yeah,
point.
like,
just modding or like games about game creation.
Yeah.
Those are really good ways like to
Play
teach you just like
PDA games and Alien Hominid. That's the big one.
Just YouTube some tutorial and sit down and make yourself start typing some code, and you'll get there. Just get going.
Yeah,
Stop
just
making
do it.
excuses. Just do it.
Yeah,
Don't
just
let your dreams be- don't let your dreams be dreams.
hit the gym. I still need to
Hit
do
the
that.
gym.
but-
Yeah, go to the
Um,
gym, lift weights, draw
You need
levels on
big
papers, and you'll kill the
fingers
game.
to code faster.
When Lewis hits the gym, Jim turns around at the bar and says, "What'd you hit me for, asshole?"
No, it is useful. I think even if your end game is not to be a game developer, just to understand like everything in general, like art wise or animation wise. I think the easiest times that I've had with developers is people that kind of understand like how art works, and like it goes both ways. Because like I remember like Newgrounds Rumble, like my animations are so over animated, they're like slow and bullshit. So if there's ever a Newgrounds Rumble 2, I could probably do a better job than I did when I first did my sprites on that game.
Didn't you learn a lot, Lewis, from working with Mind Chamber on
I
like
did.
the timing of fighting sprites?
I did, because like his animation style is totally like it lends itself to like how games work. Like he has a very choppy animation style. Hopefully he's not on his thing calling his animation choppy, but it's like it's
Oh, he's in YouTube. He's hearing all of this. He's hearing it all.
like it's like his style is a lot different than what mine was when I first started animating, where I was mostly like on ones and twos, and I was like, oh, let me just make all these frames because like I need to see it beautiful. And for games that doesn't work that well because like your sprites are very very slow and not that satisfying as a player to play with because it's just
Makes them
like,
feel
oh.
less responsive if they're moving around slow.
Yeah. I missed who asked it, but somebody asked a question kind of along those lines, like, what do you think makes a good game and stuff? And like going back to Mind Chamber, like he wasn't always that savvy about that, because when we first did the Alloy game, like he might have learned since then, but he had these old Alloy sprites that he did for that GBA game he was working on, and he basically gave them to me when we made Alloy Arena. And a lot of that was like you would hit a button and there'd be like 10 frames before he would actually do anything, you know?
Mhm.
So like, you know, I had to edit a lot of his animations, and I showed him what I did, and you know, that's hopefully
Maybe you
where he got it
influenced him.
from.
Yeah.
I hope so, yeah, because he does know how to do that now. He's really good about timing and stuff. But he also understands when you make the enemies, they do need to build up, because that's the tell for you to dodge, and like there's a whole
Yeah.
lot of things like that. So there's a lot of feels, like
Especially like fighting games, there's a lot of nuance to it.
Yeah.
Like Mike explained that to me. He never actually joined this damn chat, but that's all right, Mike.
Son of a
Wherever you are.
bitch. We got Jack. He's
No,
better.
we see how it is.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, but like especially fighting games, like there's so much nuance and like hitboxes and like parry and like all this other bullshit. It's not bullshit.
I just remember I remember working with you, Lewis, on Portal Defenders after you had finished your work that you did in Newgrounds Rumble, and I remember you talking about how you approached, fighting animation sprites in a much different way after working on Newgrounds Rumble, and we took advantage of that in Portal Defenders.
Yeah, it's a different world. Fighting games are no joke. Don't do that.
Yeah, but a lot of what you do in games, I mean, there's obviously different types of games where it's different, but like one of the most fundamental things in game design, and I had a book that I read about game design. This is one of the things that stood out to me. Is like the very first thing you want to focus on is basically just making a toy that's fun to play with.
Yeah.
Like take Dead Estate's a great example. It's just like any rotating game, but like it's responsible. You move around, and when you want to aim at something and shoot it, it works. It's not one of these games where you aim and the character has to slowly rotate to where you're pointing. It's responsive. It does what you want. It's not a fighting game, but it has that same sort of responsiveness. You look at a lot of mobile games as really good examples, because in a mobile game, it has to be something you physically touch and play with to work. Like, as simple as it is, there's not a lot of better game designs than Angry Birds, You start out with older versions of that, like Crush the Castle or whatever the hell it was called, the Flash game. And it was a great game, but Angry Birds made it feel like more instant, more responsive. You felt like you were actually flinging things around. If you can get a game where just your core mechanic, even if it's just like Super Meat Boy is another great example. You could put Meat Boy literally in one room that's just like a rectangle, and you could run around, jump, and bounce off the walls and stuff, and that in itself is kind of fun. You add the other stuff to it to make it a full game, but once you start with that fundamental toy, feels good, it's responsive, you've definitely got something. So if you guys are like starting out in game design, just tinker, come up with like a mechanic, play with it, and if it feels good, you got something. Like if you can play a little tech demo, has no level design, no story, temporary art, and it's still fun, that is the perfect foundation for a game.
Yeah. A lot of tiny builds games
really
like that.
That's a really eloquent way to put it. But I want to add this to it too. I think a lot of people, when they start making games, they want to make something like brand new. They're like, I want to make this crazy new idea. But I think a lot of games like try and do this crazy stuff, and it doesn't fit because it's like, on top of the fact that it's like brand new, it doesn't feel good. And like, Jack with Dead Estate and me with Shoot Trip Die, we made really basic, it's a bullet hell game, it's a roguelike game, you're in a small room.
Yeah.
We put a lot in time and effort into making something feel good. Like
that's the same with like Meat Boy and Binding of Isaac. Like those are platforms that are just like, those are engines that existed.
Yeah, none of those games created anything new. They just made them feel so good, and they presented it really well.
Yeah. Very personalized.
Like my Pixel Day project, Gravity Shift, I made that in probably 3 or 4 weeks.
All right, fun, Jack. It's a great game for like, all right, 3 weeks. All right, no.
Get in a day.
I made it in 2 days. I was lying before. I made it in 1 week, but no. The first 2 weeks of development was just me working working with like a tiny room in game that was just like a handful of tiles. That was like a square you could move your character around. And I was like, okay, this game's gonna be like a Metroidvania, and you're gonna unlock a bunch of abilities. So I programmed all these crazy abilities for the player, and I was like, actually, I want to see if I can make it so you can flip gravity, because I played like Outer Wilds and Mario Galaxy, and I thought that was cool. So I did that, and I just spent like 2 weeks like getting all that down, making sure it feels good to use. And then we had like 2 weeks left until Pixel Day, and I was like, I'm not going to be able to make a fucking Metroid. Can I swear on this? I'm not going to be able to make a Metroid game.
Wait now. They can't kick us out now.
Okay. Well,
we're almost done.
We had like 2 weeks left, and I was like, I will not be able to finish this game if it's a Metroidvania. So I just decided like I'll make a Super Meat Boy type game where you have all these like cool abilities. I spent like 2 weeks like making sure feel good. And that's how it happened. Was I just spent like half the development time making sure it feels like fun to play.
Yeah. The weird thing that happens with game development is, at least for me, is it'll feel good for a long time, and then I'll get into like this middle range where I'm like, is this still fun? Because I'm so like used to it and close to it. and I'm like, I don't know, maybe I just liked it at first, and maybe it doesn't have long lasting appeal. And so that's like we were saying earlier, like, have somebody else play it and watch them play it and see if they like it, and make sure that you still got something good.
That's been the weird thing with me, because with Shoot Trip Die, like Jack was saying, like the first 2 weeks he worked on it, he just wanted to make the movement feel good. For the first 2 weeks, I literally just had like 2 rooms, and one of the details I really wanted to get down was like how it felt to jump in a portal and like teleport to a different screen. I wanted that to feel good, and but like what you were saying is like, is this still fun anymore? This is like the only game I've ever made of my own that like I actually enjoy playing. Like all of my other games I can't stand playing. I think everyone should blam them and get rid of them and delete them off Newgrounds. But Shoot Trip Die, like I actually enjoy playing it. It's a lot of fun. So yeah. To me.
I cannot play Dead Estate anymore, I'll tell you that.
I bet after Shoot Trip Die is done, I'll never be able to play it again. But I don't know. I still find it really fun. But I'm also a narcissist. I love myself. I love talking about myself. Everything. I'm so awesome and cool. So, yeah.
Hell yeah, my man.
I think that, like with Dead Estate, I'm at a stage with it where now that it's done and I worked on it for a year, I think it's not fun to play for me anymore. Well, I mean, it's still like all right to play, but I don't get like the same enjoyment out of just playing as I did when I first started it. But I have a lot more fun just like working on it now, like adding stuff to it, because now I'm not under pressure to like release stuff on time. So I can just do whatever I want.
It's a lot of fun to like watch people play like your game. I think
I got scared watching people play my game.
It's like nerve-wracking, but like when you can tell they're having fun, it's like, oh, this is awesome. But when like you can tell if it's like that middle ground, or like, are they actually having fun, or like, and it's like, oh, I don't know. And you can like see every flaw with your game, and I'm like, oh my god, this fucking sucks.
Yeah, the very first review that came out about Dead Estate, it was like the super negative, like the person who played it hated it.
Well, I didn't like it, dude. I hated it.
Yeah, exactly.
Me, by the way.
That was Josh.
They pointed out all the like exact problems that I thought the game had, and I was like, oh no, they see right through it. Oh no. And I was like stressing out that whole day, where I was like, oh great, everyone thinks my game is a piece of shit. That's cool. And then
I think it's the curse of creative work, is just you end up hating what you've created. You get too close to it, and you see all the flaws.
On the plus side, our panel got extended at 15 minutes.
Woo!
Yay!
Extra credit.
No, we have until 9:15. We've been extended. It's
because I swore.
Why would you do that, Standpie? Why would you do that?
Well, now I can get a drink. You guys keep talking now.
I just popped the new beer open, but yeah, Jack and Levi.
Jack, go for it.
Oh, okay.
I need to take a nap. I can't stay up this late.
I don't even know if I can talk about what I've been doing lately because it's under non-disclosure Nintendo.
Well, what does the panel think?
What do you think about that?
What does the panel want to know? What does the panel want to know? What do they think?
You have to have a question. You're like,
huh? What?
I'm still pooping right now.
Huh?
Levi, say something that you say. What did you work on most recently?
Shoot Trip Die.
What did you work on in Shoot Trip Die most recently?
I don't know actually. I added a new. I'm working on the 4th boss. That's what I did.
What's his name?
Melvin.
Sick.
Yeah. Melvin.
So why does the guy flip me off whenever he goes down into
It's funny.
to the tube?
Because I'm hilarious and I love flipping the middle finger because it's funny.
You're so sassy.
So it's fun. I am a little sassy.
I turned the game off when I saw that. To be honest,
we've just been updated. We lost our 15 minutes. Our end time is back to 9 o'clock.
Dang.
Thank God.
Standpie came around. He's like, "Yeah, this is a train wreck. We need to end it."
The finger flipping did it.
Grabbing that pain where they pull you out like that.
Fighting this Jack guy was a huge mistake.
Yeah.
By the way, I gotta call out Standpie for like somehow making me open 2 festivals in a row. This is bullshit.
Yeah.
Josh, are you working on something for Flash Forward?
I was actually thinking about asking you guys that, but if you're asking me first, I guess I'll let you have credit for the question. But it was mine first.
All right.
Yeah,
you
actually,
that question.
Yeah, I did. I'm so considerate. I'm actually working with a friend of mine. She's a Newgrounds user. I've known her, probably almost 20 years now. she was one of them ones that snuck on Newgrounds when she was 12. Don't tell nobody. She goes by shit on a stick. Shit on a stick at Newgrounds. She was a moderator for quite some time.
Ancient
very
Newgrounds
talented
user.
artist. Yeah, very talented artist, but she never really got into contributing and stuff. She spent most of her Newgrounds career shit posting on the BBS and shit like that. But finally got her hammered down. We're doing a game. Actually, she started the whole thing. She dropped. This is probably 6 months ago. She draws this picture of a hot dog. It's like a anthropomorphized hot dog, but it's like really cute, super cute. It's got
What's
like
a hot
a
dog?
little.
Is that like a food in Canada?
The sausage.
Hot dog?
It's the sausage. It's the sausage
never
from
heard
a
of
hot
it.
dog. You know, Nick, shut the fuck up. Grown-ups are talking. Anyway, she draws this hot dog, and it's standing beside a popcorn. And the style's kind of like, you know, the before the movies used to start, the "Let's go out to the lobby," that thing. Kind of that style. She drew it like that, and she posts it in this Discord where she goes, "We have to make this a game," and I blew it off, of course, because that's what I do. Flash Jam comes around. I'm like, after last year's Flash Jam, I wasn't super into doing another one because we ended up having a lot of issues. I was working on a game with Mind Chamber. He's a mailman. It's March last year. Fucking blizzards everywhere. He's got to work like 80 hours a week, and we just had a hard time getting the game done. I have PTSD from it still. Game came up, but it wasn't very good. Wasn't super happy with it. So I was kind of ready to write off Flash forever.
It was really ambitious in concept, that game.
Too ambitious. Too ambitious.
It had a lot of potential.
Too much for a game jam. But a year later, Tom fucking sends me a message. So, yeah, we're probably going to do another Flash game jam, blah, 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 blah. And I was in the middle of work, too. I was, like, just fucking in the zone working on Newgrounds code. And he puts that goddamn seed in my head. And all of a sudden, my brain goes from what I'm working on to, what should I do? No. Yeah, we could do this. No.
Oh, Did you start
Sam
the message
had
with,
this idea
"Hey,
for a game."
Josh, I'm on the toilet, but what about the Flash forward jam?"
No, he was too busy playing HTML5 games on his phone at that point. So, so anyway, yeah, I finally hit her up and I go, okay, I'm thinking about doing a Flash game, and it was actually something I was going to do with Swain way back in the day. We were going to do a point-and-click adventure game. He was going to do the art. I was going to do the programming. And I remembered I had an engine. And I was like, oh, I can reuse this, and we can make her fucking little sausage game. And so that's what we're working on, is a point-and-click adventure. You play as a drive-in movie theater hot dog who's trying to escape the drive-in. And you interact with all these little food people throughout the world. So
Sounds cool.
It's fucking, the art is so fucking adorable and cute. But when we got into writing the story for it and stuff, like, just because it's me, it gets really fucking dark. It's really great.
Nice. So,
what are you working on?
In your point and click adventure, does it have good pathfinding? Because there's nothing more annoying than bad pathfinding.
Well, and here's the beauty of Flash, okay? If you're doing pathfinding in most engines, you can either use the built-in stuff, or you have to like base it on some kind of grid, right?
Mm-hmm.
In Flash,
like an 8-star.
In Flash, all I'm doing is basically just making movie clip boxes and making them overlap so it knows to which ones are connected. It's very simple. It's not super great. Yeah, it's very basic. Like, if you're playing the game, you wouldn't even realize you're just walking on these static boxes. It looks fine. But yeah, if you see the actual movie clips I'm working with, like, it looks ugly, but fuck, it's great. It's easy. It's simple. It's not crazy. And because they're just simple boxes, and the levels aren't that advanced either. Like, most of it, there's 1 or 2 box areas you can walk on. It's not a big deal. So, yeah, the most advanced thing I think I do is it does have scaling. Like, when you walk into the background, you get smaller.
Oh, that's fancy. It's like the
control.
Pico 2 demo.
Yeah. You know who coded that for the Pico 2 demo, right?
No, was it you?
Oh.
Oh. And that actually came from, funny enough,
name drop.
God, this would have been 1999, maybe 2000. Clarinex, the fucking allergy pills, had reached out to Tom about making a pinball game to promote their brand.
What?
And it was basically like a perspective view of a pinball table. They sent him all the art assets.
What the?
Wow.
And he had no idea how to do it at the time, so he basically gave me the job. And then when he was working on Pico 2, he remembered that, and that's why he hit me up for the code for scaling and stuff.
So you're the Clarinex guy.
I'm the Clarinex guy. Yeah, no, Tom has hooked me up with a lot of jobs over the years. Like,
I think we need Tom to like close out this panel. I think
we do. Yeah, and
we gotta
specifically talk about Clarinex.
Get him out of the toilet and like be like, all right, close out this panel of like all stars.
Tom, I just want to let you know, Discord works from the toilet. Tom, Discord works just fine on the toilet. Trust me.
He said he's doing his taxes, so.
On the
whatever. He doesn't pay taxes. Everybody knows that.
No.
That's a what's that word I'm looking for?
That's a cop out.
Not an annual.
He's only been audited like 4 or 5 times.
What is that word? It's on the tip of my tongue.
What's the first letter? Okay.
Worcestershire.
It's like when like it's another thing. Euphemism for doing taxes and euphemism.
Yes.
You got a big fat shit.
I'm doing taxes.
Tax season
huge return this year.
All right. So like, what comes to mind is like that Stamper animation where he's like doing April with his phone.
You guys want to talk about taxes? Because that's actually a big thing for game developers.
When you have the plumber,
for real. If you sell games,
it's a really
pay your fucking taxes.
For everyone listening.
Never. Absolutely not.
Make sure you have all your 1099s in.
Yeah, they should be paying me.
I did my taxes for the first time ever this year, and I was terrified the whole time. Like my mom got like she's always worked with this really nice guy on her taxes, and she introduced me to him. And like I sat down for like 3 hours with him, and I was scared shitless the whole time. I didn't know.
You think your H&R guy was gonna throw you in jail or something?
No, I was like, I don't want to mess anything up and like get audited or something.
Yeah, I'm still dependent with my parents, so I haven't done my taxes yet. Ever.
As long as you don't make too much money, you're good.
Yeah. Well, STD's gonna sell like 1 copy, so it's fine.
Take advantage of this time where you can be a dependent to make lots of cool games.
Exactly.
Because when life warms up, it's harder to make games.
Well,
that's how we're gonna end this chat.
I'm gonna stop making.
Don't get old.
Yes.
Don't get old.
We've learned anything.
Don't settle down. Don't have kids ever. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Bad idea.
Never move out of your parents' house.
Live in your parents' house forever. Never mate. That's the secret to happiness.
Lewis, tell us about what you're working on for your Flash Forward.
Oh,
yeah, Lewis.
Yeah. So I'm working on a.
I asked that question, by the way.
On a tower defense game, which I hate this genre, but I'm actually it's growing on to me.
I hate this thing I'm working on, but it's pretty cool.
No, I mean, because like I remember when I saw what is that one Behemoth game where it's like the people that attack
Alien
people.
Hominid.
No, the Horatio and the
Castle Crashers.
No, it's a turn-based one where it's like octagonals and shit.
That game.
Octagonals.
Oh, Stampy's gonna cut us off now.
Like Settlers of Catan.
Thank God.
Hit people, yes, that one. It's just not my type of game. That's all. It's the art is beautiful. The art is beautiful, but it wasn't my type of game, and I was like, I'm never gonna make this type of game. But and it's not even that type of game that we're making. But I'm having a lot of fun now. Nick was good about like selling it to me. At first, I was like, "Gosh, I don't really want to make this," and I didn't for a long time. But then I was like, "Actually, this is kind of fun."
I just kept making it until Lewis.
Yeah, he just keeps he keeps making sprites and sprites and sprites until like I'm like, all right, these are ugly. I gotta make something. Although like the button, like the Uber bot that he made is actually better than what I made. But
Yeah, I think you need to add a butt into that one.
that's a big hit. It's been a big hit with people.
Fun fact: the sausage game I'm working on, the sausage has a butt. Okay, go ahead.
There you go. It's an important piece. Whenever I'm testing the game with my kids, they all roll their eyes and say, "Here come the butts." It's cool.
It's like a dad joke, right? They roll their eyes, pretend they don't like it, but you know they're fucking. Oh,
yeah, they're cracking up inside. They'll be seared into their memories. It'll be a traumatic moment from their past.
I wish I had my
therapy in the future.
I wish I had my dad test Dead Estate for me.
How do all right, so here's a good question for you, Jack. Like how do your parents like deal with like your Dead Estate fame or whatever?
I told them, like, when I started working on it, I was like, hey guys, I got like a deal with a publisher and I'm gonna make a game. And they were like, that's cool. College comes first. And I was like, okay. And then I had like all zeros in like the first 3 weeks of like spring 2021, and I was like, oh, I gotta stop working on Dead Estate for a bit. And I told my mom, like, I felt bad, so I told her like, hey, I'm not doing too good in school right now. And she was like, I told you what happened, Jack. And I was like, I know. So I focused on school for a bit, and like the whole summer I just grinded out Dead Estate because I wasn't in school for the summer.
So this is not inspiring at all for game makers.
No, but
Don't tell your mom.
It came out and it did really cool and good, and I told my mom, and she's proud of me now.
She's like, drop out of school, do that.
In other words, don't tell your mom unless you're doing really good afterwards if your game releases.
Yeah.
I did fuck myself over when I stopped doing any schoolwork for like 2 weeks though. That was my fault.
I'll catch up to you.
But it was kind of cool though. You can't lie about
it. It was cool, yeah. It was cool.
It was really cool. I'm in that exact spot right now. Actually, it's probably.
Well, there's a lot of people in that spot, so it's good to like talk about this because it's not always like all roses and booze.
Moral of the
story. Are your parents supportive, Levi?
My parents my parents know that I make games, but like they don't really care. Like my mom is just like my mom is like, why is your game called STD? And I was like, I don't know, it's funny. She's like, that's kind of inappropriate. And I was like, okay. And my dad's really into it. I have a funny story actually. So my dad is a middle school football coach. And I told him that the game came out on Steam, so he told his whole football team to go check it out. Not knowing what it was, and like these were like a bunch of 8th graders, and it's like, oh my
god.
God.
That's actually that's how my mom was. Like me, I was at Newgrounds, and it's like, oh my family's like, okay, it's Newgrounds.
Yeah, that's exactly the response I get. They're just like, okay. Well, my dad's pretty interested in it. He's like, oh, how's it going? I'm like, oh, it's going good. He's like, you gonna release it? And I was like, when it's done. He's like, why isn't it done yet? And I was like, well, it takes longer than 2 weeks to finish.
Yeah, no, my mom was like, yeah, that's cool, but it's a little bit short, like the animation stuff that I do.
Oh my god, I don't share it. I just tell them that I'm doing stuff, and if like I'll show it when it's like done.
My family just tells me, hey, you're an artist, right? Why don't you make NFTs? I hear you can get rich doing that.
Oh boy. No, we're not turning. We're not going there.
Why don't you though?
Louis, that's
a different panel for a different time. That's the panel that Jimmy Fallon's on. We're not on that one.
Oh my god, that clip! I watched that clip the other day.
It's embarrassing.
I can't believe that's real. Like that's a real clip that like got recorded and like put out there. AI generated, but no, that's a real thing.
You know what else is a real thing? Have you guys been looking at the general chat and all the pictures people have made of Tom taking his shit?
It's awesome.
I could not look.
No, I'm looking forward to it after this this panel wraps up.
I want to make a mobile game about Tom taking a shit. I might have to do that.
There you go. Yeah. So let's all right, we can collaborate. We're all talented people. Let's make a
Josh, didn't you make a P-Man game? You can reuse the same
Yeah.
code.
Yeah, use the same
except for
code,
the
but with
boss is
poo-poo.
Tom. The boss is Tom taking a shit. Yeah.
All right, so who says a panel can't be constructive? We can like make a. We just released. We're gonna make the greatest collab
It's a
team.
whole new genre.
ever.
It's a whole new genre.
Wasn't there like a panel? Wasn't there something like in the summer where like Stepford and then we're gonna make a game within a panel? What was that?
Oh, that was in the summer, or no, that was the Newgrounds or NGP block party. We had a panel.
Yes. Yeah.
It was all the
yeah.
Australian guys, and we basically what we did was we simulated the concept phase of a game jam. We're not. They weren't actually going to make the game, or they were.
I was
Also-
they were gonna make it, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh.
Newgrounds
They
2.
showed it.
Newgrounds 2.
Made it after the panel. That would have been cool.
Oh, they
Also-
posted a
Would've
bunch of
been.
open source Flash projects in the.
I'm pretty
chat
sure
as
it would have happened, except for the Benny show took precedence. So.
Everyone,
Yeah.
everyone say
All
goodbye.
right, way too many Australians on Newgrounds. Just
Yeah,
stop it right
Yeah,
now.
we
Stop.
do need to call.
They're-
Gotta
they are
call
a-
Australia.
They all showed up at once. It wasn't like a slow trickle. They all just came in one day.
No, Benny's been
Yeah.
here for a while.
Yeah,
It was
Benny-
a
Benny-
coordinated attack.
We got RGP animations. Like, just stop.
RGP
Just
was there
stop.
before also, but yeah, they need to get
That's
off.
not even related to Australia. Ryan, just stop.
Well, Jack, you're forgetting the Ohio invasion.
Yeah, all two of
Uh,
us.
in Ohio.
No, no, not
The
Ohio.
Northwest Ohioans are going to take over Newgrounds. Just you wait.
We're delusional.
This is how we're gonna wrap this thing up.
No, here's what you wrap it up with. I'll tell you this. My mom asked what the name of my game was, and I was like, "It's called Dead Stay, Mom." And then I went back to her like 2 hours later, and she had it up on her computer. She was googling it, and she was like, "What's with the witch lady?" And I was like, "Uh-oh." And there's like a Newgrounds page for it, and she clicked on it, and it wasn't good.
Awesome, Jack. Good story.
I was like, "That is not my art."
That is not, I'm not affiliated with that. I don't. There's a lot of fake stuff going on the internet. That's not me.
But that's why you should be a game dev, is because you get funny stories like that.
Cool. It's not. It's definitely not just sitting in a dark room for like 6 hours at a time, being sad and just writing on a computer. No, it's funny. It's always a good time. You're never.
Do you think like that's like a stigma, or is like is that really what you guys do?
It used to be
Oh.
realistically. It used to be me realistically. When I was working on, I have a story that I usually tell everybody as a don't do this ever. I made a web game called Seven a while back. It was a little speed platformer, and I made it in 2 weeks because I stayed in my. It was during COVID too, so I stayed in my dorm. Wow, nice voice crack. I stayed in my dorm for 2 weeks and I didn't shower for 2 weeks. I didn't leave my room. I lost a group of friends because they
Gross.
thought I died, and I was.
You
like,
would be Newgrounds usually a year at that point.
Yeah.
If you don't shower.
Yeah, that's how Lewis got it.
I lost
Yeah.
a whole group of friends. I didn't shower, but I think it did good. So it was a
Most-
That's
Most
how I
players
ended
do
up being user of the year. I just don't shower anymore. And that's Tom's like, all right, you're user of the year.
I think like there's kind of like a image of like game developers where it's just like lonely work and like front of a computer for 24 hours a day, and like for some part it is like exactly that. Like sometimes I get in a call on work, but I get distracted and I don't do as much work. But I don't know. I like working alone. Like it gives me time to just like listen to something. I don't know. I just like the solitude.
I don't like.
Not all day, but
I don't like sitting in dark rooms, so I'm usually like in a nice, well lit room. And I've also kind of.
oh yeah, I don't
used to
work
be
in the
really
dark.
unhealthy when it came to like prioritizing game development in like my actual real life, and that's what Shoot Trip Die was for. Is that I wanted to make this like final big game before I like moved on to like my actual real life. So I've prioritized my social life and like my well being over my game, which has been really good.
That's interesting, actually. I'm like
So Levi just announced his retirement.
Yeah,
Bad choice.
the goat is retiring.
Well, I'm not
You
gonna
never get anything done with that attitude.
I'm not gonna retire. I'm gonna be gone for like maybe a good year. I'm gonna take a nice long break because
Nap.
I've been doing this shit nonstop for
It's
like
a long nap. Yeah.
Yeah, I need a long
I felt that at times for sure.
Yeah. Well, I
That's-
say that, but once STD's done, I'm like, all right, next game. I'm so excited.
Exactly. That's like what I always tell myself when I finish a project is like I'm gonna take a long break after this, and then I start another project like a week afterwards.
I would like to
That's
get.
I love starting projects. I hate finishing projects.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah.
like to get into webcomics or something, or like just art, more art focused. I think game development it's kind of getting boring for me. Not boring, but like it's kind of too time consuming compared to like everything else I want to do with my life. So I think I might shift over to art a bit more.
Jack, you're good at art. You've been releasing a lot of art. Do you miss that as opposed to like programming or not?
Well, I've mostly just been putting up a lot of art lately because I'm in an art class. And that like for real. Well, no, it's more that I do art normally. It's just I do it for my games, so I don't post it because like I don't want to just post assets from a game.
Yeah,
But the art class,
you don't want me to like post like sarcastic replies to your art.
I like your reply. But no, it's just the class like actually forces me to make art that I can submit. Well, no, I like doing it. It's just that normally the type of art I make, I wouldn't submit because it goes in a game, and like, I don't want to just submit stuff that goes in my games. So this is like making me make art independent of my games, which I'm having fun with.
Good.
Yeah, it looks really good.
That is good.
Good job.
I have a hot take to build off of the idea that Levi is an artist and Jack's an artist and I make art and Josh not so much, but
We all make. I do so, you son of a bitch.
okay, yeah, that's true. That's true. Lewis makes
That's
art.
how we're gonna.
Like to tie back into what we were talking about earlier about game feel. I do think that they're like, and I don't want to miscategorize or like stereotype anybody, but like a real hardcore pure code
It's gonna get racist
programmer.
in here. Here we go.
Yeah. Whoa. Oh my God.
I think it's helpful to have an artistic sense and especially like an animation like experience with
Yeah.
animation kind of sense when you're making games because
Definitely.
like we were talking about floaty jumping physics, but I think one of the hardest things to do in a game is to communicate the idea of like that there's been an impact that has happened, that something like physical has occurred.
Yeah,
and make you
impacts,
kind
force, momentum, all those
Recoil,
concepts.
yeah.
of feel it in your nuggets when something happens in the game.
Even like parry and stuff is like tough to like explain to somebody who doesn't understand what parry means, like
Yeah.
game wise.
Yeah, and so I think it really is helpful to have kind of a like Renaissance man approach, like having a programmer who also has some experience with doing art and animation, because when it comes down to it, and this I don't know if this is going to be an unpopular opinion, but everything has to pass through the coder's hands, like ultimately every piece of content that goes into this final work, whether it's audio or art or animation or whatever it is, it's got to pass through that coder's hands. And so they ultimately are like, I guess, responsible for how it feels in the end. Like, and I think, and at least my experience is, I do a lot of real teeny tiny tweaking at those final stages, and it's stuff that only I can do because it's like it's weaving together all the different disciplines into this one place, and nobody's looking at the code or the IDE or whatever, the animation timeline or those pieces. They can't do those real fine details, and so if you've got the ability to recognize what feels good at that level, then your game is going to feel a lot better. And I really believe, like, even though we've got new guys and old guys here, I think that's something we all have in common, and that's why I think a lot of our games actually feel pretty similar. Like I recognize that in Levi's work and in Jack's work.
Just copied us. That's what I think, Nick. That's what I think.
Yeah,
That's true.
I mean, I did say earlier I just steal from Josh. So
no, I think
no, that's all. That's all.
Yeah, Dennis
okay.
makes a mini pot basically.
No, but like I agree with all that. Like ultimately, how the game turns out is in the programmer's hands because it's obvious. Like they have the final say in everything because they have to actually handle all the assets that go into the game, and they have to decide how those assets work together in the game. So really, it all, like how a game feels, it all comes down to the programmer.
The animator isn't making the screen shake when you get punched. That's for damn sure.
Yeah. Really complicated effects like screen shake.
Screen shake and screen flash.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
wait,
might be able to make. Oh, sorry.
Particle effects.
We do the big booby girl. That's all we.
Cameras are important too. Cameras are.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
How do you guys think about default cameras in most game engines? Aren't they fucking
Is it-
trash?
Game Maker's
Yeah.
camera system is the most obtuse. I don't even know how to explain it. Like, it's just it doesn't click with me for some reason. Like,
Yeah.
Cameras.
That's
and,
another
like,
call that I got to make to amateur gamers. If the camera just locks onto the player the whole time, fuck off.
Yeah, that's boring.
oh yeah, that's really lame. Don't do that.
Yeah, don't actually do that. Even if it's just
cameras
alert,
and
do that.
and in general, just like baked-in physics, like like the baked-in platformer physics are.
Yeah.
I'm
Usually
kind of
pretty lame.
annoyed. I'm kind of annoyed with like a lot of the Friday Night Funkin' mods where like it zooms in and zooms out. Like it's like disconcerting me. Just let me fucking sing my song or whatever. Let me do my beep boop beep boop.
I was just waiting for Lewis to call out the Friday Night Funkin' mod.
Lewis, how often do you play Friday Night Funkin'?
No, I look at a lot of videos.
He
You know
has
what?
every
Shut up.
single mod. Every
Lewis,
Wait,
you're, like,
what's-
you're sitting at like a bar with your big iPad covered in snot and like grease watching Friday Night Funkin'.
This is the part of the panel where we make fun of Friday Night Funkin' modders.
And it's like,
yeah, now, yeah.
All right.
Oh, God,
10
Mom's
minute
here.
warning, guys. 10-minute warning. 10-minute warning.
Oh no!
If you're a Friday Night Funkin' modder, I don't have any strong
Make-
opinions. You're-
Make a Lewis mod for Friday Night Funkin'.
no,
yeah,
don't
make
do
make
that.
a Levi
Um,
Ramirez NG mod and you'll be.
Speaking of Friday Night Funkin', where do you guys fall on making your games open source?
Yeah,
Oh,
actually,
yeah,
I'd like to be
I-
left it for
I-
last 9 minutes left. Go.
It's hard to do with Flash.
I really,
Here's
really
the-
like that in
Here's the
some
SWF file. There you go.
No,
Love
you,
that.
the FLA file. You put the FLA file on. You good. I'm actually
Oh.
gonna do that with my point and click game I'm doing for Flash Game. I'm gonna make it open source.
But does GitHub track changes within the FLA?
you don't have to put it in GitHub. Just make it available for anybody to grab.
Yeah,
You
you
just
gotta
mean,
figure
like,
out. Yeah, just figure it
Download
out.
my FLA.
Yeah,
That's open source.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If anybody can get at it and edit it, it's open source.
I think I did that with my like the last thing I did. I think it was Pixel Day last year where I was like, I did something Friday Night Funkin'. It's like, if you guys want to see what I did, then there's really not much to show. But I was like, go for it.
if you're making like,
Oh, sorry. Go Jack. Go Jack.
all right. There's no point in like not open sourcing something if you're making it for like a free game and you're putting it on a website like Newgrounds. And I haven't done it just because it slips my mind, but I think I'm gonna put up a Game Maker project file for Gravity Shift just because I feel like people would be interested in that. But yeah, there's no point in not doing it. So
Yeah, they'll
Yeah.
do a Cordell mod.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you have a big intellectual property that you're gonna that's your career, like that's a whole other story, I think. But yeah, definitely.
Well, it worked for
I-
FNF for Friday Night Funkin'. Their open source stuff is kind of what drove their popularity. So that was wise business
It's
strategy.
keeping it alive, yeah, for sure.
I
Ludo.
100% agree with everything that y'all are saying, but I like Jack said it. I would love to do like one of my free games that I just put on Newgrounds, open source it, but I just forget about it. It's super easy, literally just like the Construct 2 like project file, just throw it up. But I think what I would like to do with Shoot Trip Die is like after maybe like a year or two, especially if it doesn't like, because I don't expect much of like a sale I don't expect much in sales. I'd like to make it open source just so anyone who's starting out was like, you can look at what I did. If you like this, you can poke around and see.
This is awful.
that's exactly what I'm afraid of when I think about open sourcing.
I mean, like Tom, still does ActionScript too, right? Is that right, Josh?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
I mean, he left now because it's like, oh fuck, they're gonna talk shit about me now.
No. Nightmare Cops is essentially a fucking Flash CS3 game.
I like that. That's how we're ending this talk in 6 minutes.
Yeah.
we
have
said
to-
we end this talk like games.
You have to have a positive message.
So make games, but don't
Yes,
make games
actually
in
make
ActionScript.
Yeah, if you're new to game development and you're not participating
Let's
in the Flash
let's make
Story Jam,
the
don't use
web-based
Flash!
games renaissance happen.
Don't.
After Pixel Day, come on, Pixel Day was
Pixel Day was amazing.
Oh my god, that is the Renaissance right there. Let's just keep going.
I am glad.
All on you, Levi. All on you, Levi. 100%.
Oh, blushes. Oh, blushes.
I'm glad
You did a good job.
I'm like the king of pixel art, but I'm glad I didn't do anything on Pixel Day.
Why?
Games wise was like out of control. Art wise out of control. Animation wise out of control. Like everybody came out to do stuff for Pixel Day, which is awesome.
This was my first year, like actually doing something for Pixel Day.
Yeah, stop that right now.
I didn't do anything special for Pixel Day though. I just was like a month, like probably like 3 months ago. I was like, hey, what would you rather have the Newgrounds, like the STD demo on this random day, or would you have it on Pixel Day? And everyone was like, Pixel Day. And then Pixel Day was insane, and I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be awesome."
It was
so STD is not a Pixel Day. I'm taking it off the front page.
Yeah, no, take it off the front page.
Or at least I'm gonna move Gravity Shift to its spot. Yeah. I think it's more deserving.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Don't do it.
Well, I mean, like Gravity Shift has like diagonal pixels, which is like
that's not
okay. But you should see how ugly the game looks when all the pixels get crunched together like they would normally. I had it like that originally.
Jack crunched them for me, anyways.
I could make it an option, but I had them like that originally. It just pissed me off to look at because my Spazgunk spent so much time on the art.
No, I know.
It's like incomprehensible. Yeah.
No, I'm just teasing you.
No, but I feel like there are people who are super strict about that.
Yeah, I mean that's why I didn't like Randy Solom's work because he has diagonal pixels when he does an animations.
I tried.
Oh yeah, Lewis is a stickler. He's a stickler for that stuff.
I tried to be strict about it.
Hey, I got a quick question.
All right, you got a quick question
to just throw at you guys. What do you think? How do you see the future of like web games going? Like, it's kind of cool, I think, like the crowdsourcing of prize pools and stuff. And I came up in the age of where there were like sponsors out there for web games and stuff. Are we entering back into an era like that? What do you guys think?
Maybe.
I don't know that we'll ever get back into the full sponsorship model necessarily.
That was actually on my notes.
What I do feel like is
when we were like doing like the whole like everybody's making their own game studio and shit.
Yeah, what I feel like is we're actually going even farther back to where the people are just doing it for the fucking love of doing it, and I love that.
Yeah, no, everything's really passion driven now. I want to make games because I think it's fun, not because I want to make money. Even though I'm putting my game on Steam, like I know damn well that it's not going to make a lot of money. I just really
wishlist this game on Steam, everybody.
And here's the thing, like if you're getting into it, like there's so many fucking indie games right now, like 500 a day come out on Steam, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So the ocean is so big, you're not going to make money. You're just not going to make money doing it right now. So you come to Newgrounds where you can hone your craft. You can become a big fish in a smaller pond. Yeah. And then you can graduate and do whatever the hell you want.
That was my thought process. That like even like I don't really when I would first make games, I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do with this. But I sat and I didn't sell any games for a while because I just wanted to get people on Newgrounds to trust me and like I can make a good game if you just trust me. And then people trusted me.
Good luck with that one.
If it wasn't for Newgrounds, Dead Estate probably wouldn't even have been made. And if I did make it and I submitted it anywhere else besides Newgrounds, I wouldn't have had the community behind it like from the get-go that it did. Because when I submitted it, it got like a ton of love from everyone, and I was like, oh holy shit, people like my game, and that encouraged me to keep working on it. And then like I already had like, like people who like the game to work off of, who I knew were gonna like support the game when it actually came out, and they pulled through. Yeah, so exactly. Yeah. Newgrounds is awesome.
Yeah, Newgrounds fucks. If you're a game, I mean, you're obviously here, so you probably already use Newgrounds. But if you don't, regularly, if you don't use, I'm telling all the people on YouTube, if you don't use Newgrounds regularly, use Newgrounds.
Leave YouTube and go to Newgrounds.
You have.
You're still on YouTube. Go.
You have less than 30 seconds left before you get cut off.
If you don't delete YouTube right now, you're a chump. Delete Google. Delete YouTube.
All right.
Hey, do you guys have anything you want to plug before we go?
Shoot trip.
I have nothing.
Please give me money.
I
Please.
want to
Newgrounds. Go to Newgrounds. Support
Yeah,
Newgrounds.
Newgrounds.
That's it.
I haven't eaten
Super
in
Chibi
days.
Night. Buy Super Chibi Night. It's on Steam.
Yeah, go for it.
buy Super
Thanks,
Chibi Night.
thanks, Standpie, and
Thanks,
everybody for
thanks,
putting this
thanks, thanks,
festival on.
Standpie. Thanks, everybody, for like
Thank you for being
all
here.
these people. Thanks, Tom, for shitting and listening to us.
Yes.
Lewis,
Yeah, this is
Lewis,
awesome.
Lewis,
And everybody hanging out, don't fucking leave. There's another.
Yeah, there's more
another
panels
panel
coming up.
15 minutes.
You
I
can
mean,
play-
I know you guys are sick of hearing voices by Cory's voice, but you
Yeah.
can sit through another session. Come on.
I'm not gonna be in that one, so you might as well not even go. So
If you leave now, you're a chump. But I will be leaving to take a shower.
Yeah, I'm going to be
Yeah,
leaving now for sure.
All right, guys, that's it.
We
Much
did
love.
it.
We did it. We did it.
Should we hang out until they forcibly kick us off?
Yeah,
Should we do
Lewis,
Uh,
Lewis.
yeah,
Before
let's
they
just-
Let's go.
Lewis. before
Dominate
you-
this.
Radio. Visit us at www.newgrounds.com. Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at www.newgrounds.com.
What's good, everybody? You guys maybe know me. I'm Voices by Cory. I am a voice actor, I guess. I've been around Newgrounds for quite some time, and basically, I'm a co-host on the Newgrounds podcast. You know, I just had my good old buddy from the last panel, Josh, basically read me and say that I play second fiddle to him on the Newgrounds podcast. So that's awesome. But tonight, guys, I am going to be doing a panel based on voice acting. Going to give you the ins and out of what it takes to get started in the voice acting industry. It's basically going to be a beginner's guide for you guys. So I'm very thrilled to be a part of the Winterfest. I was a part of the Summerfest with Standpipe. We did a little voice acting panel there, and it was really, really fun. So I'm glad to be back and actually take the time to sit down with you guys tonight and give you basically a little rundown of what it takes to be a voice actor, how to get your feet wet, and how to get the ball rolling. As I do this panel, just be mindful we're going to have Stampy and Little Spook, jump in occasionally if they see a question that's pertaining to anything I'm talking about that they think it would be good to chime in and bring it up for discussion. They'll be doing that, but we're going to have a fun hour 15. I think that's what I'm allocated, so it's going to be a lot of fun. So just to get things started, a little bit about me. Like I said, I'm a voice actor. I started my career back in 2013, 14 or so on Newgrounds. And it has been a wild ride because I started, like I said, started in 2014, participated in audition and was in projects up until 2016. And then, unfortunately, I had to step away from voice acting, and that really sucked because I really loved the craft. I loved what I was doing. It was really fun. I was getting to do something that I truly loved. But at the time, I still had another passion, and it was working in professional sports. I played baseball for a vast majority of my life. Played professionally, retired, went back to school, got my master's degree. So surprisingly, Cory's educated. But I was able to get a job working with the Los Angeles Angels for quite some time, which was really cool. It was a really good experience. Got to work with the players, coaches, like behind the scenes. It was really cool. And it took away from me actually getting to pursue my dream as being a voice actor. Unfortunately, that came to an end. And it allowed me to have more free time on my hands to do what I truly love to do. And on top of that, it was a blessing because I got to spend way more time with my family. So that was really good too. So a lot of blessings came to me, and I was able to make that jump back into voice acting in 2019, and ever since then I hit the ground running, put the pedal to the metal, and I have not slowed down. If you guys know anything about me, I am all over Newgrounds, whether it's in animations, games, the Newgrounds podcast, doing my thing with the voice acting collaboration. It has been awesome the second time around, and I'm truly blessed to have this, second attempt at being a voice actor and having the success that I'm having right now. It's phenomenal. And the cool thing is, the second time around, I'm getting to see things that I didn't necessarily see when I first attempted this. And it's really cool because now I can at least share this with other people who I've met along these last couple years, just trying to get, they're trying to get started in the voice acting industry. So I feel this was a good opportunity. When I saw that Stan was doing the Winterfest, I knew I wanted to jump on and do a panel because I had such a blast last time. And just with the vast amount of information and tips and advice and coaching that I've got over these last few years, I feel it's going to be beneficial for anyone who's trying to get into the voice acting industry, and just anyone who's already been doing this and they don't have as much information as they think they do. It's one of the things that I learned. There's always something new to learn in voice acting, and I hope I'm able to teach you something. If you're a veteran, I hope I teach you something tonight. And if you're a beginner, if you're looking to get started, I hope that everything that I give you tonight allows you to, it gives you that confidence to say, yes, I'm going to do this. I'm going to attempt a career and I'm going to have fun with this. So, oh shoot, my phone turned off. I'm sorry. Hold on, let me turn this back on real quick. All right, cool. All right. So one of the things, one of the reasons why I wanted to get into voice acting, I have always been a big fan of cartoons. It was part of my youth, part of my young adolescence, my young adult life, and now today it's even more part of my life, considering I have a 4-year-old daughter. So it's always been a part of my life. I've always loved the voices. It's what's always captivated me about cartoons and just animations and even video games too. Sometimes the voice actors bring the games to life. I would say, just simple voices that kind of piqued my interest when I was younger was, I'm a 90s kid, so I grew up with all the Nicktoons. I was very into Rocco's Modern Life. I loved Rocco. And the voice actor behind Rocco is Carlos Alaraski. And if you don't know some of his other work, once I started watching more shows on Nickelodeon and I realized who he was, it kind of just like, what the hell, that's really cool. So he's the voice of Rocco in Rocco's Modern Life. He was the voice of Winslow in Cat Dog, and he was also the voice of Mr. Crocker in The Fairly Odd Parents. And then the same thing happened with Tom Kenny. If you don't know who Tom Kenny is, you've been living under a rock like Patrick. He's the voice of SpongeBob. So he was the voice of Heifer on Rocco's Modern Life. He was the voice of Dog in Cat Dog, and of course SpongeBob, and just all these different characters. Ice King in Adventure Time. Like it's when I started to like put together that there's these people who do all these voices, I thought it was so damn cool, and I wanted to do that. And the one that kind of set it over the edge and really wanted me to get into this was hearing Robin Williams as Aladdin, because I grew up watching Robin Williams in basically every kids movie, because Disney wanted to put him in everything, and he was just a part of every 90 kids childhood. So when I heard his voice coming out of Genie, I'm like, oh, that's Robin Williams. That's cool. What the hell's going on though? And my dad, he explained to me saying like, oh, he is recording his voice, and then they're basically making these cartoons around his voice. I'm like, that's really cool. I want to do that. So that ultimately led me to just doing silly voices as kids do, and I still do to this day. And the next thing I know, I'm trying to do impressions, and lo and behold, the very first voice I ever learned how to do was Eric Cartman from South Park, and I thank my cousin for getting me into South Park. And after that, it was Sonic the Hedgehog. I learned Ryan Drummond's Sonic. I love playing Sonic Adventure, and that was like my first time hearing Sonic in a video game, so I really gravitated to that voice. I watched Sonic, The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog all the time when I was little, so I grew up with Jaleel White as Sonic, but the one that's really captivated me to this day was Ryan Drummond. And then, of course, playing all the other games, you see Jason Griffith, and then and now it's Roger Craig Smith, who's my all-time favorite Sonic. And it's mainly because it's a voice that's easy for me to do, and I just have a lot of fun doing it. It's really easy. And then one of those other voices I learned how to do at a young age was SpongeBob. Before I hit puberty and I got this deep voice, I was able to do SpongeBob very, very well. And I can kind of do SpongeBob. I'm still trying to get my confidence back with doing SpongeBob, but I used to do SpongeBob really well. So it's like, are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? Da! So It's been cool because now it's allowed me to like get confident and like creating my own voices and just building and working on different impressions altogether. And that's allowed me to grow even more and just gain some notoriety in the voice acting world just with my impressions, which is really cool. Which kind of leads me to my Newgrounds history. I've been coming to Newgrounds since 2002. I think I created my account in 2008, and I didn't start uploading in 2014, but I've been around for quite some time. And just slowly building my rep. And once I was brought on to the Newgrounds podcast, it kind of helped me a little bit more, which was really cool. And I'm very grateful to Will, Goodell, Josh, and Zin, like the guys who brought me on and let me become a part of this amazing podcast and this amazing part of now Newgrounds history. It's been awesome. And it's kind of opened the doors to more opportunities, which is fantastic because now people get to know what I do as a voice actor. They're intrigued. They want me to, participate in their animations and their games. And I've made some great connections through there. And I've made some great friends too. Now you get to hear my voice and all these different animations, and it still gives me goosebumps when I hear my voice coming out of certain characters. And during the Summer Jam, I was very fortunate to voice some legendary Newgrounds characters, and like Captain and Steve, and basically every single Take Man submission in round 2 of the Summer Jam. I got to voice Blockhead in one, and who Blockhead and Conscious, and then Salad Fingers even, and then I got to voice the orange-haired kid from Friday Night Funkin'. That was really cool. In the one game by Dungeon Nation, it's like orange-haired kid versus Bear DX or whatever the hell it's called. That has possibly been one of the coolest things I've ever been a part of on Newgrounds. Like I said, perusing Newgrounds since 2002 and just being a part of, seeing the growth of Newgrounds and seeing the history of Newgrounds and seeing how much Pico has encapsulated the history of Newgrounds. It was one of the most surreal moments being able to actually jump on a project and voice Pico fully. That was really cool. And I'm happy you guys loved my rendition. It's been really fun being able to put the voice together for Pico, and I hope I didn't like piss you guys off at all. So I hope you guys really enjoyed the game because I loved it, and I love Dungeon Nation for letting me be a part of it. You are a G. I love you, my dude. So with all that being said, you guys now kind of have like a little idea of who I am. I'm very thankful for you guys. I love Newgrounds. I wouldn't be where I am without Newgrounds. Seriously, Newgrounds was the very first, was the place I got my very first gig. So, like I said, I wouldn't be where I am without Newgrounds today. So, much love to Tom and the entire community. You guys are awesome. So, let's get down to the nitty gritty. You guys want to be a voice actor? That's kind of what I'm here to do. I guess teach you how to be a voice actor. The cool thing about it is anyone can do it. That's really the cool thing about it. Every voice works. I come across a lot of people who tell me, I would love to get in voice acting, but my voice sucks. Guess what? I think my voice sucks at times. But you know what? That's the beauty of this career. It's the fact that your voice works for everything. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to kind of give you that encouragement to take that leap of faith and try your hand. And you know what? If you try it and it doesn't work, you can't say, what if I actually tried it one day? Because you know what? I love doing voices, and if I never took that opportunity to say, what if I actually did it? And I actually did it. I mean, I could just be sitting on my butt all day doing absolutely nothing and just doing voices on the side for my kids. So I took that leap of faith, and I'm loving every single minute of it. So just know that your voice is tailored to voice acting in one way or another. And we're going to go through the different areas of voice acting. It's not just animation and games like some people think. There's more genres of voice acting that you can benefit from. So one thing I want to do before we get into any of that, one thing I want to bring up is how important one portion of voice acting is. And I want you guys to know this before I even dive deeper into this, because some people do think that voice acting is just all about silly voices. being able to just do like, I'm Cory and I'm a voice actor. No, it's not always about that. It's always about your acting and how you're able to act with your voice. Like that's the whole component, and I'm gonna dive deeper into that, and so you guys see how important the acting factor is when it comes to voice acting. Anybody can do a silly voice, and that's what I'm saying. Like it's open for everybody. Anybody can do a voice, but it's being able to act with a voice that's going to set you above and beyond everybody else. So let's see. Yeah, acting. Anyone, like I said, anyone can do a voice, but acting propels you further in your career. So understanding the VA fields. Of course, there's animation, there's video games, but the ones that people just tend to forget about and don't even think about pursuing a career in are commercials, narration or audiobooks. You got TV and film, which is, also commercials, but doing dubs in shows. So like, have you ever watched How I Met Your Mother? And Bob Saget, he did the voiceover as Ted Mosby. He was Ted Mosby's narration voice throughout the entire series. So you can do stuff like that, or you can do basically background noise. If I remember correctly, it's called is it Walla? Thank you. It's Walla effects, where it's basically crowd noises, where it's a bunch of voice actors going, and it's all layered on top of one another, and it basically gives this effect of like a big group. And say the scene is on a busy street in New York. Yeah, you're gonna have the horns honking, but people could be talking too, and you can just hear like little pieces of people talking and all that stuff. So there's that component of voice acting. And then there's ADR, which is dubbing, which is a lot of anime work, or just a lot of dubbing from foreign films into English. And that's, a lot of people make a good living off of ADR. Now, I want to tell you, that is a very, very tough outlet to get into, and one to master, because not only are you having to know your lines, know your delivery, know your voice, but you also have to know the mouth movements of the either the characters or the actors on the screen. So you want to try to match the mouth movements as you're delivering the lines. It's a technique that is incredibly hard, and if you're able to master it, that's awesome, and you can have a really good shot of making it as a voice actor, especially if you want to get into anime dubbing. The other one is motion cap. So basically, what you see in video games or in some 3D animated films, actors come in, they put on a black suit with like little white pellets all over the body, and the camera shoots them. And not only does it capture their movement and everything, but also captures their face and their voice at the same time. You're seeing a lot of that in video games, of course, and of course, yeah, like they're doing it in animated films too. And then the last one is, of course, podcasting or being on radio. You may not think it's voice acting, but it's voice over. So anytime people are listening to your voice and not seeing your face, like if I were to turn off my camera right now and I just continue talking to you, that's technically voiceover. So you can make a living as a voiceover artist by doing a podcast or a radio show. So those are the different avenues of voice acting that you can pursue. It's not just animation and video games. So there's different avenues. And one of the ways that you can kind of get into those fields is marketing yourself to just random radio stations or to local businesses. There's different ways to basically market yourself as a voice actor, saying like hello, so and so, I'm Cory and I'm a voice actor, and if I've seen some of your marketing stuff, if you're interested in any voiceover talent to help you with your commercials, I'm willing to offer my services. Here's my commercial demo, take a listen, blah blah blah. So there's different ways to get into the voice acting industry. It's not just strictly animation or games. And I know a lot of people want to get into animation and games because that's where people say it's a lot of fun, and you get to be wild and be kooky and silly and all that stuff. But you can make a really good living in doing commercials, narration, audiobooks. There's different outlets that can be very, very beneficial. And that just
we got a few questions for you, Cory, once you've reached the end of this segment.
Yeah,
absolutely. So
perfect,
So first and foremost, we have you've already talked about how to start, but what about people who are shy? How do you get over that shyness when you are getting into voiceover? This is from Pam.
Pam, trust me, I was shy too. Just know it takes a while to get used to hearing your voice and getting that confidence to putting yourself out there, because some of us are very conscious about our voice and the way it sounds, but you never know. Some person may hear your voice and think, "Oh my God, that is the greatest voice I've ever heard." And it's just a matter of practicing. And one thing that kind of helped me when I was starting out, I used to record like little paragraphs, either from books or just like little monologues that I found in scripts. Like you can pull up scripts online and you can pull up monologues from those scripts and read them to yourself and record them and listen back and just get that confidence of hearing your own voice coming out of headphones, because your voice is going to sound different coming out of earphones. Like you think your voice sounds, fine because you hear it every single day, and then when you record, it's going to sound completely different. And don't let it scare you. Let it give you confidence to build on what you can do as a voice actor. It can be terrifying. Trust me, I was terrified when I sent in my first audition because I thought they were gonna hate it. And my very first audition, I was cast in the project. So yeah, don't, even if you are shy, the worst that can happen is somebody tells you no if you audition, and it doesn't mean that your voice is horrible. It doesn't mean that you're a bad voice actor. It just means it's an opportunity for you to grow upon what you're already doing as a voice actor. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit more, because one thing that happens to voice actors all the time is imposter syndrome, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit later and how to
All
overcome that.
right. I
But
have
that is,
a Oop, go
oh
ahead,
yeah,
Corey.
no, yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
I have a question from the YouTube chat.
Yes.
Is it necessary to practice your vocal range as a voice actor?
Yes, it is. It is, in my opinion, it is. But that also that's going to lead into my next component of my discussion, which is knowing which niche you fall into as a voice actor. Um, and it's also a part of knowing your voice. So, like, when you listen to my voice is, my normal voice is a mid to deep voice. I'm very comfortable down here. It's easy for me to do those deep voices, so I can easily pull off a solid snake. Just like super easy, or even oh, who am I? Or if I want to, dive into Newgrounds, I can do Captain very easily, or Spike Spiegel. It's like jumping into those characters. It's very easy for me. But I'm also fortunate to have a good range of being able to hit the higher voice characters. You're like, Morty, I can easily jump into the high range and do Morty as well. Or you do Mickey Mouse. Oh boy, it takes practice to get comfortable in those ranges. Because like the very first time I tried to do Mickey, I basically sounded like the South Park version of Mickey. Oh, what seems to be the trouble here? Oh, and it just sounds like absolute garbage. So it's just a matter of practicing. So yes, it is very, in my opinion, it's important. Like if you want to try to hit those different ranges as a voice actor, I think it's very important to practice those ranges. And I'm going to touch on that a little bit more of knowing your niche and not pushing yourself past your limits. Because if you're having to constrict your vocal cords at all, or if you're straining them, don't do it, because that's going to lead to damage to your voice, and your voice is your tool. Don't break the tool, because if you break the tool, it's not going to sound the same. So just be mindful of what your range is. And if, say, you have what we call the God voice, which is super deep and booming, the in a world, the movie trailer guy, or you have the princess voice, the super voice, like Princess Peach or something like that. Those voices are tailored to specific niches, and those voices are always requested in the voice acting industry. So if you have one of those two voices, stay in that niche. But that also goes into my next portion of this discussion, is just knowing what genre of voice acting you feel you would be most comfortable in. And when you're starting out your voice acting career, try your hand in every single, try to, and I say try to because you may not be able to, but try your hand at every single niche. Like I said, when I started and just trying to get comfortable with my voice, what I did, because I'm a big Harry Potter fan, I loved reading portions from each book and recording myself just so I can get comfortable with hearing my voice coming through a headphone. And at the same time, it got me interested into wanting to do audiobooks. I haven't done an audiobook yet, but I would be interested in doing it. And it's the same thing for narration. Um, it takes a talent to narrate properly, instead of just like reading pages off the book. That's not what narration is. It isn't just looking at the page and talking. Narration is you have to put emphasis on certain words and have the person who's listening to you be engaged in what you're talking to them about. So there's different components of it. So understanding what genre or niche that you're comfortable in is going to benefit you in the long run. But as you're starting out, try them all and see which one works really well. But if you find you're comfortable with one niche and you're getting a lot of work in one specific niche, it doesn't hurt to stay with that niche. Like I saw a very good post from a fellow voice actor on Twitter saying, I spent all my days auditioning for characters left and right, and then I found out that I was getting cast in this atypical voice where it's super deep and an antagonist type voice, just super gruff and angry, and he realized I should just audition for that, and he started booking more. He started booking more gigs. Started appearing in more games and more animations. So that's another thing. If you know you're typecast as a voice, it doesn't hurt to know what voice works specifically well for you, and then tailoring your performances to that and becoming like the best antagonist or protagonist or side character that you can be. There's ways that like, knowing your voice is going to help you grow and flourish in your voice acting career, which is really cool.
We have a
Let's see.
question from Gloom Girl. Wants to
Yeah,
know,
Gloom.
how do you come up with character voices?
I'm going to be talking about that. I kind of want to. Yeah, I'll get into it right now because getting into character voices it can be something I could talk about literally all night just because of how fun and that's basically when you just get to have fun as a voice actor. So finding your voices.
So I have a few from YouTube as well. I
Okay.
don't know if they fit still into your current thing.
Well, I'm going to transition into like finding your voice. So does it tailor to that specifically, or is it something outside that? Because I can answer that really quick before we move to finding your
No,
voice.
I think that fits better. So just let me
Okay.
know when you have that opening and I'll be back.
Cool. I'm good to go. So if they can kind of lead us into it. So if you have the question spook, yeah, go ahead and ask it really quick.
I have a question from YouTube chat. It's, how does age affect your ability for some voices, and how do you deal with that?
Yeah. So that's one of the things I'm going to talk about too. So both good questions from Gloom. And who is that question from?
I'm so sorry, I'm about to butcher this name. I apologize. It's from Chris or something?
Chris or something. We'll go with that. But those two questions are very, very good, especially with age, because that's one thing that you want to focus on when you're creating voices. So finding your voices. The first thing I want to point out about that is just know, and going back to knowing your niche and knowing which area works best for you, just know not every job requires a silly voice. I have been cast in stuff simply because I do my regular voice. And I know a bunch of voice actors out there who are in animations and games who just get cast for their voice. There's a fellow voice actor that I've been in touch with for the last couple months or so. His name is Joe Gaudette. He's a very well established voice actor. He's been in numerous commercials, animations. He's Mr. Hippo in the Five Nights at Freddy's series, and he says like a lot of the time what I get cast in is based off of my regular speaking voice. He goes, I don't do voices a lot, so just know if you're able to excel in your craft, you may not even have to do a voice. Like I said, somebody's gonna love your voice. Like a good example of that is Kristen Shaw. If you know Kristen Shaw, she's a comedian. She's very well versed in the voice acting industry now. If you watch BoJack Horseman, she was Sarah. She was the little girl in BoJack Horseman's show, horsing around, like the one who says, "That's too much, man." And she has like the very nasally sounding voice. That's like her natural voice, and she's getting cast left and right and everything just because she has this particular sounding voice. So that's it's your normal voice can get you a lot of jobs. So let's see. Yeah, like your normal voice is very unique, so own it. Now, when you're creating voices and impressions, this is where you get to really have fun. Now, I want to start off with impressions because impressions is a really quick one that that's easy to talk about, and it's a good way for you to create your new voices. So when you're starting to learn impressions, start off with small little phrases and get the nuances down of the character. So I love to use how I crafted Mickey Mouse because, like I said, Mickey Mouse is all the way up here, and it's really hard to do. Huh? And it took me forever to get it down. So when you're learning impressions, you want to start off with simple phrases. And then when you get the simple phrases down, you move on to a full-on sentence. Once you start getting comfortable with the full-on sentence, then you work on to actually trying to speak like fully as the character. So when I was learning how to do Mickey, I started off with "Oh boy," that's his catchphrase. Like, it's "Oh boy," but when I started, I was like oh boy," and it sucked. So it's also practicing that range, like we talked about earlier, and getting comfortable with it. So when I finally got comfortable with saying oh boy," I moved on to a full-on sentence, which was like something about like today's Mousecatool is a hot dog. So and like you just keep saying like that same little phrase, like today's Mousecatool is a hot dog, and you work on like changing the pitch a little bit, so you start getting the different nuances of how the character talks, how they enunciate, how they pronunciate certain words. And once you start getting comfortable with that, you start moving on to full-on sentences like oh hey there boys and girls, it's me Mickey Mouse. Say, do you want to come inside my clubhouse? And it's like you start piecing everything together. And once you start doing that, the voice starts to become more natural, and you start getting the impression down. And it was kind of like the same thing when I learned how to do Captain. My impression of Captain was god awful back in the day. Is like, yeah, I'm Captain. Just any other person trying to do Captain from Takeman. I'm Captain. Cock joke. So it took a while, but then the next thing you know, you start to piece certain voices together to get these characters down. And I realized what I do for Captain's voice is I do, of course, you try to do Jeff. Hey, it's me, Jeff. And then I incorporate a Zap Brannigan because Zap Brannigan and Jeff kind of sound similar in some areas. So I combine Jeff's voice with Zap, and what I take from Zap is the way he enunciates words. So you get Captain like, thanks, Steve. I feel handsome today. So it's just like playing around with the voice and the nuances of the voice and building it from there.
I just want to cut in, Cory. I want to thank you because it turns out we have the same process to making how we do tank men stuff, especially Cap. I also went with Zap Brannigan, not consciously, yes! But like it kind of happened.
It just happens. It just comes naturally. I'm telling you,
it's a great fit. I've done a bunch of tank men stuff too, and it's just I laugh because like I always think Zap Brannigan when I'm recording.
I'm telling you, like that's like when I first heard Captain, like when I like when you just like go back and you listen to the tendencies of how he talks, like in that one scene, it's like, thanks, Steve. I feel handsome today. That's something Zap would say. Thank you, Leela. I know I'm handsome today. See, it works. So it just like coincides with one another, and that's kind of what I do with a lot of other voices that I create. So getting into the crafting side of voices. So there's 3 components that you want to do, that you want to utilize when you're creating your voices, and that's speed, pitch, and volume. And you want to play with these different components, and that's ultimately going to give you a unique sounding character. So when we talk about speed, it's how fast your character talks. Do they talk really fast where they're just over the top and it's like, it's like just like they've had 10 energy drinks? Or is it they just talk casually, just like normal? It's just very casual sounding, just like the way I'm talking to you right now. Just medium sound. It's medium speed. You can understand everything they say. Or are they slow? Do they take their time when they speak to you? Do they want the way that they talk to you in this speed? It's like they want you to understand something. And then the next one would be pitch, which is just the range of your voice, pitch very low, or it's in the medium, or it's really high. Having that different range is going to allow you to play with voices too. Now, like that, and that's what I'm saying. It's good to practice those different ranges and build your strength of range, because when you're doing that, it allows you to create more characters in different pitch ranges. And then the last one is your volume. Is your character loud? Or is he conversational, where it's just, like I'm talking to you right now? Or is he really soft, where he has to whisper in the microphone like that? And it looks like I'm doing something incredibly bad right there. But those are different components that you can incorporate into crafting a character. So say like we take the character talks really fast. His pitch is a mid-range voice, and he's very loud. We can kind of say that can be for a drill sergeant. He's going to talk very fast, and he's going to talk very loud, and he's going to be right here in the mid-range, and you better get down, and you better do 10 push-ups. And then you can you can mess with that, and you can do a little bit of a slower paced character.
And he can be a little high-pitched character, but he can also talk very slow, and it kind of gives you he's scared a little bit, and he's unsure of how things are in the world.
So there's all these different components. So you can take something where their speed is just right here, and their voice is very low. He also talks very soft. I kind of give you a little bit of a Patrick Warburton type voice, Oh yeah, the poison for Cusco. There's different little ways of crafting voices, and that's one way. That's one of the ways that I craft a voice. And that's ultimately how and taking impressions that you already do and combining them with other voices, it allows you to come up with new voices. And that's ultimately how I came up with Pico. Because I can do all the variations of Sonic's voice, and all Pico is Ryan Drummond's Sonic mixed with Roger Craig Smith's Sonic. So, Ryan Drummond's is, talk about a low-budget flight. No food or movie. I'm out of here. I like running better. And then you got Roger Craig Smith is, let's say the same line. Talk about a low-budget flight. No food or movie. I'm out of here. I like running better. So what I did for Pico was I basically combined the two voices, and I have the attitude of Roger Craig Smith and a little bit of the nasally aspect for Pico from Ryan Drummond.
So when you get my Pico's right here. Good, bad. I'm the kid with the thing that you attack the bear with.
I don't want to say it because I know we're on YouTube also. So, but yeah, that's ultimately how I came up with my voice for Pico. Was basically just combining two other voices that I've done before, and you just play around with it. And that kind of leads me to another way of crafting voices. You can try to do certain impressions of a character, and it may be absolutely horrible. But the good thing is you just created a brand new voice that may have never been heard before. So Stan, give me a character that I can't possibly do, and it would be horrible if I were to attempt it right now.
Man, I don't know, Cory. You've been showing off quite a bit of range. This might be a secret trap card moment. I see people are kind of tingling over the ASMR you were doing a minute ago. I'll give you. I'll throw in one of my favorite impressions and to see if you can do Gilbert Gottfried.
Oh, Gilbert Gottfried! Yeah, I can do Gilbert. Okay, give me another one.
Okay. See, this is what I'm saying. Let me think. Yeah, you know what? This is tough. Let's see from the chat. Anybody have some voice suggestions?
Yeah, and try to stump me, everybody. Try to stump me.
Rick Steuben says Uncle Ruckus, no relation.
Uncle Ruckus. Okay,
from the Boondocks.
Okay, from Boondocks. Okay, so I've never seen Boondocks, but I'm assuming Uncle Ruckus.
Someone said do Standby.
Do Standby? Okay.
Oh boy, here we go.
Do Standby. I'm Standby. I'm another fellow voice actor. It sounds nothing.
That's exactly how I sound. Wow, he did it.
Okay,
funny, so we have Scar, Lion King, Ash Ketchum. Ooh, Ash Ketchum. That's definitely out of your range.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, give me any character that's voiced by a female, like a boy character that's voiced by a female. Yeah, I can't do
Ash Ketchum's a perfect example.
So, like, Ash is like very airy and raspy, and he's a little bit like in this range, I guess.
but I know this sounds nothing like Ash. Go, Pikachu! I choose you! It basically falls into the, oh, Pikachu, I choose you!
Yeah, that's exactly what I was
Getting into
thinking.
fucking Eagle Raptor.
Yeah. Hit
So-
him with your bolts.
Hit him with your bolts of lightning!
Pikachu!
God, my fucking knee! It's my knee, man! But like that's a perfect example. See, like I'm doing this voice that doesn't sound anything like Ash Ketchum. It does not. I will be the first to admit it sucks. But at the same time, that could be a voice that I can use for any other character. So like, this voice that it just doesn't sound like him whatsoever. I could incorporate that to basically maybe a preteen male or something like that, who's kind of like, he has this angst towards his parents. Like, you know what, Mom and Dad? I can't stand that you won't let me go out with my friends. All I want to do is go out. I want to go to the local fast food restaurant. I want to play Yu-Gi-Oh with my friends. So it could be a
Cutting
voice
in
that
really
you.
quick with one from
Yeah.
YouTube that I didn't know
Yeah.
if you wanted to try, but from Grilled
Yeah.
Eyes on YouTube, they asked if you could do Zim.
Ooh, I'm Zim. I used to do a really good Richard Horvitz, but I think. Oh, let me lower that just a little bit. I am Zim.
It still peaked a little bit.
It did. Wow.
Just a tiny bit,
Wow.
yeah, at the last part.
But like, yeah, I used to do a really good Richard Horvitz. Let me back up just a little bit. I am Zim. Grr, fetch me the weapon. Dib, I am not an alien. I actually used to do a really good Zim. Like I said, like back in the 90s when all these shows were out and before I hit puberty, I used to do some very, very good impressions. And then, of course,
Your whole repertoire changes.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
It does. But yeah, like God thought it was funny to give this boy with a really high pitched voice something very deep that just scares everybody. So, but it's cool because even though my voice naturally sits here, I'm still able to hit those high voices, and it's so fun. Like one of the voices I really love to do now is my Winnie the Pooh bear, and there's some people out there who truly love it as well. So I'm hoping one day I could possibly fill in for Jim Cummings when that time comes, but we'll see when that time comes. For now, I'll just enjoy my smackerel. How funny.
Very cool.
But
there's a question that a few people have asked in a few different ways, and especially while you were doing your Zim scream, I think it's a great transition for it. Recording without peaking, and also your recording environment.
Yes. And that's one thing I do want to talk about. Are we getting a lot of questions in the panel, just like in the panel questions and on YouTube, you guys? Are we getting like a ton of questions? Or is it just like sporadically coming in?
I mean, they're sporadically coming in. We did, while you were explaining other stuff, I know we've been chiming in the chat as well to answer them.
Yeah.
A lot of them were just like things like vocal warm-ups or, things like that.
Yeah.
The answer we gave them was go sing.
Go sing.
Go sing. Go sing.
Don't go sing without warming up.
Go
properly.
sing. Just sing a little
Please do
Halo
vocal
theme,
scales. Please warm up your voice.
You ever sing in the
Do
car?
not
That's like the
sing
best. That's the best
without
way.
warming up.
I sing all the time. No, I don't. That was actually very good. I suck at vibrato. I don't know how the hell I just pulled that off. I suck at vibrato. But I guess without peaking, I'll talk about just recording really quick, because that's one thing I do want to talk about. Knowing what type of voice, knowing your microphone, knowing your whole setup in general, and knowing the line that you're delivering. If you know your character is going to scream, open your booth, or if your devices are on the outside of your booth like mine are, unfortunately, because my setup's a little like crammed a little bit, but that's for good reason. Turn your gain down and scream. Check if it's peaking, turn it down a little bit more, because in editing you can always raise up your volume, which is called amplification. But one way to kind of combat that though, and this is something a little bit more advanced, and you'll need to have an audio interface with 2 microphone inserts as well. you can get what's called an audio splitter. And what it is, like, you'll hook up your XLR cable to the splitter, and the splitter has like two little inputs that you input into your audio interface. You turn one of your gains up to what your normal recording sound would be, and then you set the second one to a lower gain. So in those moments where where you have your character speak very loud or they're screaming, um, you can peak on your first on the gain that's set to your normal level, but on the second level, it sounds absolutely fine. It's low enough where it comes in perfectly. And then when you go in to edit your audio, you can take that portion that would have clipped on your regular gain and whoop, you just slip it right into where it would normally fit in your gain one audio. So that's kind of like a little advanced editing and a little trick. That's actually used by a lot of studios in Hollywood and New York and all that stuff. It is a good recording and editing technique. So yeah, that was something I was going to bring up later, but that's actually a very, very good question, because peaking is, I've had to stop recordings before that were at least 10 minutes into it, and I realized I was peaking because my game was too loud. So one of the things that you just want to make sure you're doing before you even start is checking your gains, and just checking the levels and making sure that when you are recording, and I'm going to bring up my little microphone here real quick, you want to make sure you're at a good recording distance away from your microphone. Now, this is the microphone. This was my initial microphone when I upgraded my equipment. This is just one that I got from Focusrite. Scarlett came with my package for all my equipment. But good practice for when you're recording is you want to make sure you're at least a shotgun distance away from your pop mic or your pop filter, not from your microphone, from your pop filter. So you're gonna have a pop filter usually sitting in front of your microphone. You're gonna have that there, and you want to be at least a shotgun distance away. So when you have your plosives, the p, that sounds horrible, and it's hard to get out of your recordings. It's possible, but it's hard to do. It allows your pop filter to actually do the job, and it allows you to actually talk louder without it peaking as much. And another good indication is also like from your pop filters, like two fist distance away from your pop filter. And I'll touch on that a little bit later. But what was the other question, Spook? That was brought up was vocal warm-ups, right? Vocal warm-ups. I know I had, where is it?
Yes,
Oh
vocal
no.
warm-ups, different types of warm-ups, and
There
how
we
you
go.
should get your voice ready to start recording.
Absolutely. So this was a part of my like performance portion of the panel, but if I have to jump around and just answer stuff, I am all for that, because there might be a lot of information that I may not get to because I talk a lot. But performance and warm-ups, no, it is very important. Do not ever jump into a booth and just start recording, because you're going to injure yourself. Like, this is no joke. I have learned this the hard way. You're going to get into a booth, you're going to record for a character who screams a lot, or they're very deep and raspy. Like, I recorded for a game a while ago called Space Raiders in Space, and my character, his name was Andy, and he was a play on Solid Snake. So my voice for Andy was right here. Now my voice is tailored to his character, and I can do it just naturally. But when I recorded for him, he was a main character, so he had a ton of dialogue. So I probably recorded like nearly 300 lines for that game, and by the time I was done with like the first 3 recording sessions, my voice was nearly gone, because I would just jump in the booth and I would start talking like him, like, come on, like there'd be times where you just talk normal, but it's like, get down, they're coming after us, and you do that and it just messes with your vocal cords. So if you're not preparing and setting yourself up, if you're not preparing your vocal cords properly, you can injure yourself. And like I said, in voice acting, your vocal cords are your tool. If you're not taking care of them properly, you're going to damage them. So one of the things that I like to do is I like to do a full body warm up, because surprisingly, everything in your body's connected, right? You may not think it, but your vocal cords are in some way connected to your body. So one of the things you want to do is a full body warm up. So what I like to do is I do stretches. I'll bend over, stretch my quads, and then I'll stretch my hammies, and then you lift up my legs and stretch out my quads. Do twists, like just get your body nice and loose. Do arm rotations, shoulder shrugs, and then one thing that you'll want to do specifically is warm ups with literally your head. So you're going to want to do neck rotations. Probably like rotate your head at least 10 times in one way, and then the other way. Get your neck nice and loose, get the blood flowing into your head, and then you're gonna want to actually massage your face, which because there's a lot of muscles in your face, and you're gonna be using them a lot while you record. So you want to take the time to actually massage your face, like take the time and just like press onto your head and down, massage your cheeks, and like under like right here, like where your nodes are. It's basically rub and just rub out the different components of your facial structure just to get the muscles nice and loose. And you may think this is a little weird. Get your tongue loose. Sounds weird, but you do want to warm up your tongue, because if you don't warm up your tongue, you can get mush mouth like me sometimes. It happens a lot. Warming up your tongue is going to allow you to get through certain sentences that would, tongue tie you. So one of the things that you'll want to do is basically push your tongue up against your bottom lip. So, and just rotate it. Rotate it. Just, it looks weird, but you're basically, because your tongue is a muscle, rotate it around. And then once it gets tired, rotate it the other way. And you're basically allowing yourself, you're giving your body and your tongue at least the opportunity to warm up. Now for your vocal cords, this is where it's really cool. Okay. Deep breathing. Deep breathing is a huge component of it, because there's going to be times in your recording sessions where you're going to run out of breath because you weren't taking proper breaths while you were recording something. So understanding deep breathing. So you would want to maybe like for a couple minutes, just do deep inhale for 3 seconds, hold it for 3 seconds, and exhale. So like, in through your nose for 3 seconds, hold it, and exhale for 3 seconds. It basically just allows fresh oxygen to get into your system and basically just warm you up and feel good. And it's going to help you when you're in the booth. It's going to allow your lung capacity to hold more air, pretty much. And then when it comes to warming up your vocal cords, there's a couple things I like to do. I like to do tongue twisters and phrases. Now, I picked up this information from professional voice actors Tara Platt and Yuri Lowenthal. They have a book called Voiceover Voice Acting. I highly recommend you guys check that out. It's actually a very good book for those who are looking to know more about voice acting. They have a couple phrases in there that you would say to get your tongue and your mouth working properly and get you ready to go. So the first one is just literally PTKT. So it's patakata, 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 patakata. And you say that rapidly and get yourself warmed up. The other one is BDGD. So it's patakata, 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 patakata. And you basically say those components over and over again, and you can mix them up. So it's patakata, 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 patakata. And it's basically, it gives you the opportunity to warm up your tongue and your mouth. And the last one is wee wah, wee wah. But it's good. Like, it allows you to work on just loosening up your mouth a little bit, and then actually warming up your vocal cords. It's, the low hums, like, and and then working on different frequency levels. This is the one that I like to do to practice and practice my range. So you start off with a low E sound and work up and then down. So E, like it's a siren. E, and it warms up your vocal cords and gets them ready from going from one range to another. So those are some of the best ways to get your vocal cords ready. And then one thing I want to talk about in particular for getting your voice ready is for screaming. One of my buddies, Zaz NG, he is a fantastic animator, composer, writer, and voice actor. He asked me, what is the best technique to use for screaming? So if you're in anime, or you just have a character who screams a lot, there's a technique that I follow that prevents me from damaging my vocal cords, because you can't just go you do that, you're gonna mess up your vocal cords tremendously. And this is one thing I learned when I learned how to do my impression of Dr. Eggman from Sonic. When I first learned how to do Eggman, it was very loud and gravelly, and it really hurt my voice. Like that actually hurt my voice because I haven't done that one in a while. But when I do Eggman's voice now, I use a technique that I actually learned from like screaming vocalists. They just don't go "Ah!" when they scream. They actually use a technique. So what they do is they create a little hum in their voice.
Cory, did you actually scream when you did that a second ago?
What, like that?
Yeah, couldn't hear a thing.
Sorry, I'm gonna turn my gain down for this one.
There you go. There you go.
It's gonna be it's gonna need to be down for this. But yes, what screaming vocalists do when they scream, when they're recording a song, they don't just scream at the top of their lungs. They don't scream like "You die" or stuff like that. Like they actually create a little sound effect, and then they push air out with their diaphragm. It's basically control of breath. So what they'll do is they'll create a little sound effect, like a little low hum, and then they push air out to give it like a screaming effect. So it's like,
That totally cut out.
Yeah. I'm gonna back up for this.
Yeah, just face the wall. Face the wall behind you. It still did it.
But it's still, wow. Okay, I'm gonna here. Let me turn it down. Can you guys still hear me though?
Yeah, you're good. Just scream.
Okay.
There you go. There was a scream.
Okay, good. So when they do this effect, it's literally this low hum. It's and you just push out the air, and it gives like a yelling effect. And you can do that when you do like anime screams. Like I just did a dub with one of my buddies that I've met through the voice acting community. We did a My Hero Academia dub, and I was All Might. And I screamed at the top of my lungs, screaming Double Detroit Blast. And it was fucking awesome. It's like Double Detroit Blast! And like that would like literally destroy my throat. But using that effect that I just mentioned, it saves my vocal cords. So it's like learning that little technique can actually save your vocal cords in the long run. So it literally, it's creating a little hum, and then pushing out air, and it gives it like basically a screaming effect. And that's what I do for Eggman now. So I'm gonna back up a little bit more. When I do Dr. Eggman, I have this little hum in my throat, if you can hear it, and I just push out air, and it makes me sound like him. And that just saves my vocal cords tremendously now. Like now, whenever I record something for Eggman, it destroys my voice, thankfully, because it can be a pain in the butt. And like I've said numerous times already, protect your voice. Don't exert yourself. If you do, you're going to damage your vocal cords. Take care of your vocal cords because it is your tool, which leads me to one of my next points. Keep yourself hydrated. If you keep yourself hydrated, drink lots of water. It's going to allow your vocal cords to heal properly. Drinking tea that soothes and coats your vocal cords actually helps out a lot too. It helps for repairing. Those are two things that I like to do to, kind of speed up the recovery process if I do strain my vocal cords. And of course, the number one main thing is rest. If you damage your vocal cords, don't talk.
There
Sucks.
you go. There
But
you
Hey,
go.
Cory,
you're
just
gonna have to
popping in
rest.
to backtrack a little bit to the vocal warm-ups again.
Yeah.
Chroma asked a good question that some people in YouTube might also need to know, and that is tips on speaking clearly while playing a character, kind of like diction exercises and such.
That would go into those little phrases I said. Good question, Chroma. That would go into that patakata, patakata, badagada, 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 wee wah, wee wah. Like it gets your mouth and your tongue ready for certain things that your character will say. And let me turn up my gain. There we go. And then tongue twisters. Tongue twisters help out a lot because it's really going to work your tongue. Like red leather, yellow leather. Unique New York. like how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. Like it gets your brain ready for those moments where you'll come across a character who kind of says, you know, uses verbiage that can actually be tough to say sometimes, or there's certain phrases that like, where one word transitions to another and it makes you sound like a complete idiot. Happens to me all the time.
We're moving
so-
in those last 10 minutes. We got a couple other questions if you
Okay.
if you're ready for some quick fires.
Yeah, for sure.
So Curry asks, how would you go about fixing audio having reverb in a somewhat echoey environment? And in
Ooh,
general,
good.
I guess just a reverb answer in general.
So one of the things that I do is well, one of the things you want to make sure is you want to record in a specific area that reduces the amount of reverb you have. When I started out just recording in an open room like this, and it echoed all the time. One of the things you want to do is you want to try to record in a confined space a little bit. I record in my in my closet. Literally, I have soundproof panels in there. You can find deals on Amazon for soundproof panels that basically catch any reverb and just reduces it entirely. Or you can put moving blankets, hang up clothes in your closet as well. The more you have in your recording space to capture sound is going to limit your reverb. Now, we can't fully eliminate reverb unless we have one of those specific recording booths that cost thousands of dollars, which I don't have and I can't invest in right now. Just do your best to reduce as much reverb as you can. And then in edit, there are certain tools that you can use that basically reduce reverb in general. There's RX Elements that helps out with noise reduction, noise removal, and then there's noise reduction tools in your recording softwares, your DAWs, that allow you to remove some reverb as well.
Right on. Psycho Goldfish wants to know, do you ever do any work where your voice is going to be modified, like how Trey Parker does Cartman, or pretty much anyone doing a Transformer? Any tips on doing that, like talking slower, etc.?
Yeah, so I actually was a part of an animation series, Corvi Kid, which was featured in the intro video. I was like, yeah, no way, cool. I was Atrum in that series, and what I specifically did for that was I recorded just my normal voice. My voice was recorded just like this. I recorded slowly and I enunciated. And then what I did is I copied that audio and then I layered it on top of there and I added effects to the second file that I saved. And then it allowed it to come out creepy sounding and just like disfigured and kind of demonic in a way, which is really cool. So like if you have a character where they're going to be distorted a little bit, you'll want to record based off of what the director is going to require of you. Sometimes they'll say, yeah, record slower. Like with South Park, I know that Trey, when Trey does Cartman, he does Cartman like this, and he talks a little bit slower because when they pitch it up,
it gets a little bit higher and he talks a little bit faster. So that's how it goes.
So it's just one of those things where when you're in a booth and they are going to modulate your voice a little bit, you just want to make sure you're recording the way that the casting or the just voice director wants you to record.
Right on. Megan's House of Fluff asks, how do you avoid disturbing others in the house, family members, neighbors, etc.?
It's a good question.
You don't.
Sometimes because I try not to. So like one of the good things, like this room is a spare room in my home. Literally on the other side of that door is my daughter's room. But usually when I try to record, I record when she's sadly asleep. But the good thing is, after all the voices I've recorded where I'm screaming at the top of my lungs, she hasn't woken up yet. So that tells me my soundproofing is phenomenal. But yeah, like it's also good to just make sure that when you are recording, you just let your family members know. Say like, hey, I'm gonna be recording. I'm sorry if I'm screaming. It's not because I'm in trouble or anything. I'm just recording, and you just hope that they're understanding and they don't get mad at you. But yeah, like finding a spare place to record where it's out of the way and you won't disturb anybody can actually help you out in the long run.
For sure. Rice Pirate has an amazing video also about how to make your recordings not suck. If you check it out, I think that's the title, something to that effect.
Yeah.
But he kind of goes into how to create a little bit of a recording space in your home environment. Let's see. Breathe the Sheep asks, what mic would you recommend for a beginner?
Yeah. So there's if you don't want to invest in an XLR microphone, which is basically a microphone that is powered up by an audio interface and is connected via an XLR cable, you can get USB microphones that are relatively cheap. I wrote a couple down. Dang it, where are you? Okay, so you have Apogee. Apogee is a good brand for your USB microphones, and I know Brandy Weasel's probably in the chat right now, and he's gonna yell at me for saying get a Blue Yeti. He will fight you to the death and say that you shouldn't get a Blue Yeti, but it's a good starting mic just to at least get your voice heard. And you know what? If you're not ready to make that jump yet, and you're just interested in hearing your voice, record on your phone, okay, and just test the waters and see if you feel comfortable hearing your voice. And if you are, make that investment in getting a USB microphone, Apogee, or Blue Yeti, um, something that's not going to break your budget. Because when you start breaking that budget to get into an XLR mic, it can cost you up to thousands of dollars if you want like a studio quality mic. Like I have a Neumann TLM 103, and it cost me a pretty penny.
Right on. And a follow up for that part as well. Getting into a starter demo for your first demo. Tips, tricks, what not to do, what to do, when you should, etc.
So just know when you're recording a demo, there are specific demos. Like I said, there's demos, there's specific genres of voice acting. So there's specific demos for those specific genres. If you want to do an animation, if you want to work in animation, make an animation dub. If you want to be in video games, make a video game dub. If you want to be in commercials, a commercial demo. Like there's these specific ones. Or if you want to do animation and video games, you can do a character demo. That's what I did because I want to show off I can be in animations and video games also. So that's the one thing that you want to make sure when you're doing your demos is make sure it's tailored to what you specifically want to voice in. Don't just say, hey, this is my animation and this is my animation reel and here you go. Activision, enjoy it. It's like, what? No, no, that's what? So, and then one of the things you want to make sure is you're showing off you want to record up to 1:15 to 1:30. Don't do more than that. And within that time frame, show off as much as you possibly can. I think I have like 7 or 8 different spots in my character demo. So it goes that whole 1:30, and I try to show off as much as I possibly can. And when you're doing it, show off the voices you can do, and show off that you're able to be a master of your verbiage and lines. Show that you're able to convey certain emotions in your delivery. Don't just be like, "Oh, you shot me in the leg. You're a butthole." Be like, "You shot me in the leg. You butthole." Like show off like you're able to portray certain emotions. You want to be able to paint a picture with your voice as a voice actor. If you're not able to do that and it's not believable, you may not get hired. And that's one thing I see from certain voice actors who are just getting started. They just do a voice like, "Oh, this is my demo. Yeah, this is my demo. Oh, this is my demo." And you're like, you want to make sure your lines, you're actually conveying specific emotions. You're showing off your delivery. You're able to show off your range. It's 1:15 to 1:30 to really show off what you can do as a voice actor. So utilize it properly. Look up YouTube tutorials also. There are professionals out there who help you with your demos. I learned a deal when I recorded my demo with a studio that helped me, and like it helped me grow as a voice actor even more.
I do want to give a word of advice for those of you who are hearing that last part. Do not pay money to have your demo made until you are at the right stage in your career. Like,
Absolutely.
Cory, myself, Spook, different people who've been doing this sort of thing. You really, you've got some experience. You've been working for a while. That's where you'd want to pay a studio to make a reel for you. When you're first starting out, if somebody offers that, especially if it's going to cost you hundreds of dollars to get it done. So make sure, if not $1,000, depending on who's making the reel, make sure you're actually adequately trained and ready to record that reel. For sure. And a good free reel that doesn't cost you anything is if you've been able to get a few different parts, just take clips of the parts from the shows and cartoons you were in and make a reel out of those. That's actually how I made my most recent visual demo. And a lot of people do that. That doesn't cost you anything. It's work you already recorded.
Exactly.
Last question. This one's from Fletcher EPS. What would be a simple beginner mixer?
Mixer, like for...
I think they mean like an interface.
Oh, for interface?
But we could also talk DAW as well, because I think just knowing what
Yeah.
programs people should download.
Yeah, so like the very first interface that I used was a Behringer. Behringer has a variety of audio interfaces that are relatively cheaper. Still good, like they're still good quality. It served me really well for the time that I used it. It didn't cost me an arm and a leg. I think it maybe cost me $50 or so, if I remember correctly. Back in 2019, I don't remember, but it was a solo interface, so it only had one input for a microphone. Did really well. It connected to my laptop. I had no issues with it. Just had to update the drivers whenever there was an update to make sure it just stayed up to date. So definitely look into Behringer's. I think it was the U101, if I remember correctly. I might be wrong. Just yeah, Behringer audio interfaces. They're cheap to buy and they work well, in my opinion. Then I updated to a Focusrite Scarlett 2i2, which is one of the better ones out there.
I also use a Scarlett.
It's so freaking good.
Yeah.
Like if you're willing to update your equipment later on, Focusrite is one of the top for interfaces. Same thing with Apollo. Apollo is really expensive though. And then for DAWs, your digital audio workspace, I use Adobe Audition, which I find to be extremely useful. Has a lot of editing tools. It works really well for me. Then you also have Reaper, which is you can use it free for a trial period, and then you can buy it for I think $60 or something like that. I think. Then you have Pro Tools, which is kind of more so for mixing music, from what I've heard, but you can use it for recording, for voice acting. And then of course there's Audacity. Audacity is free for everybody, and it's a good starting DAW to use when you're just trying to get used to actually recording with a digital audio workspace. So I would highly recommend going with Audacity first, and when you're ready to make that transition to a more
it's more of like a studio professional.
Yeah, studio professional one. Yeah, definitely make that a jump to either Audition, Reaper, or Pro Tools, or just look up one that would suit you the best.
Right on. Well, thanks, Cory. That was an awesome rundown. Please go ahead and wrap it up, man.
All right, guys. Well, there's a lot of stuff that I wasn't able to get to, but that's just because I like to ramble. But I am so grateful that you guys allowed me to be a part of the Winterfest. It is incredibly fun. As you can tell, I love talking about voice acting. And like I said, there's a bunch of other stuff that I would love to talk about, but I'm sorry. If you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. You guys see me in Discord. Feel free to reach out to me. Ask me any questions. I love helping out voice actors. It's one of the reasons why I created the Newgrounds voice acting collaboration. I want to help out voice actors. I want to give them a platform. I want them to grow. So if you have questions, reach out to me on Discord. Reach out to me on Newgrounds. I will do my best to give you the most educated response I can, or just give you as much information as you possibly can. Like I said, I love you guys so much for supporting me in my voice acting career and basically boosting me up when something, I voicing comes out. You guys are awesome. I love the community, and I'm very grateful to have been a part of Winterfest. It's been awesome.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at www.newgrounds.com. Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at www.newgrounds.com.
So this is the Clock Crew panel. I'm StrawberryClock, the guy behind him at least. The legacy has been going on for about 20 years now. And I have a few other clocks with me right now. Would you care to introduce yourself, Pop-Tart?
All right, I do apologize. There's a little noise in my house right now, but
all right.
All right, but yeah, I'm Pop-Tart. You can find me on Newgrounds, just like you see there, Pop-Tart with a hyphen. I've been a member of the Clock Crew for around 12 years now. That's when that NG account was created. Like most clocks, I had a NG account that predated that one. But it's pretty dormant now. I joined the Clock Crew around the time of their first flash flood, which was in 2010. I saw the content they were putting out, and it piqued my interest enough where I meandered over to the forum and joined. Took me a little while to get accepted because I didn't quite understand what they were doing, so I just kind of emulated what they were doing, and didn't quite match up. But here we are a few years later. I'm probably one of the more active and recognizable members of the crew, and I'm glad to be here.
Awesome, glad to have you here tonight. So Phonograph Clock, why don't you introduce yourself now?
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm Phono. I joined around 2015, so I'm relatively still new, only 5 years in the bag, really. But I've been putting my work in with the Clock Crew, and it's been absolutely fantastic, and I enjoy everything they do. And I'm a bit nervous to be up here, I'll be honest. Sorry. It's just I've been a fan for the longest time since I was like very, very little, and then eventually I joined up, and it's like a dream come true to be working with you all, and it's great, and I have nothing more to say. Thank you for letting me be here.
Ron, I'm glad to have you here. We're all glad to have you here. And the last one, Vuvuzela Clock. Is that how you pronounce it? My bad.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Vuvuzela Clock. I joined around 2009. Probably lurked around for a year before that. Joined Newgrounds in 2008. What drew me to the Clock Crew was I really liked everyone's character, their renditions of the character, and the movies that were made, and I wanted to be a part of that. I joined probably around the same time as Pop-Tart and someone else who sadly no longer with us, but we kind of had like a big no, he's still alive, he's just not with the crew. So we kind of had like a big between me and that guy, we kind of had a big competition to see what we called a clockification, who would have the official clockification. Sadly, I lost, but I still got it later. Pop-Tart was lucky, and he didn't have to go through that.
I didn't either.
You can find me on Newgrounds under not Vuvuzela Clock, but instead Stones of Anarchy, which is my other non-clock work.
Awesome. So I think maybe to get this thing started, I can talk a little bit about my experience with Newgrounds and the legacy that has lasted this long, which I was not expecting, but it's all good. I love that people got this invested in something that was supposed to be nothing more than a teenage shitpost, and people are having a good time with it still. So I can't really complain about that. So I joined Newgrounds. I didn't really join Newgrounds, but I visited Newgrounds like in 1999, I think, when the portal was not automated and you had to email your Flash movies to Tom Fulp or other crew members. And if you thought they were, decent enough, they would get on the website. Needless to say, none of mine got on that website because they were terrible and I didn't know what I was doing. So then the automated portal comes out, and along with like accounts and stuff like that. And I try making a few movies. Like, I'm really young. I just try making a few movies, and of course, they get flammed and people call them shit because they were shit. So I thought, like, okay, wouldn't it be funny if I just made some stuff bad on purpose to, just get a rile out of people, and and I thought it would be fun to do, and I did that for a while. I just submitted crap every day, like stuff I'd make in 2 minutes, maybe even less than that, and I was pretty persistent at it. I just liked making big what's the right word? I liked seeing everyone just get so emotional over me just, putting over something that I didn't put any effort into and was really just for jokes. It was the funniest thing in the world to me when I was that young. Just seeing the reviews and the reactions and like, oh, we gotta do something about StrawberryClock. It's ruining the portal. And it was a wild ride. But then later on, I submitted the B movie, which I just typed the letter B in a flash and submitted it because I don't know. Well, I was gonna do the whole alphabet at one point, but I did A, that got blamed. Then I did B. I expected it to be blamed, but didn't. Then it became Turd of the Week, and then apparently it started getting popular in other clocks like Orange Clock, Raspberry Clock, Apple, Pineapple. These clocks started coming out of nowhere, and I was asking myself, okay, what's going on here? This is a little strange. And then they built something called the Clock Crew, which was about clocks making movies, and their movies were a lot better than mine for sure. Eventually more people started joining the Clock Crew, and people hated them at first, but then it turned around and people started liking them, the ones that were making good stuff anyway. And then it just kept growing and growing. And then we had spin-off groups. We had the Lock Legion, the Glock Group, Kitty Crew, Barney Bunch, all sorts of groups. And now it's, whether I like it or not, it's ingrained. It's like a part of Newgrounds culture now. All because like I had nothing better to do and wanted to rile people up and have fun with Flash. And 20 years later, still a thing. There's still clocks making movies. Clock Day, even though it's not as big as it used to be, people are still making lots of movies for Clock Day. A lot of great ones, and new clocks are joining on, and it's just unbelievable how far how far and how long this joke has got. Well, it started out as a joke, but it turned into something really great, and I'm glad that it evolved into what this is, which is just a group of people making Flash movies for fun, not for money. They're just doing it because they just like making cartoons and fun cartoons, and they make what they want to make. If other people don't like it, it's not that big of a deal. It's just whether do you have the support of other people who in the group who like it or not, and usually we all have each other's backs in it. So, in a nutshell, that's kind of the StrawberryClock story. It's I don't know what else to say, but maybe we should go on to questions now because I see a few questions in the questions room.
All right.
Someone say they're going to read from there, or
Stoker, what does it take to become a clock?
I mean,
I
have really no authority on that because, like, I think to me personally, if you want to become a clock, you just become a clock. You don't need my or anyone else's permission. Just slap a clock on an inanimate object, and bam, you're a clock, and just make some stuff for fun.
I think the biggest thing is you just need to pick something that's not taken.
Yeah, that's true.
Not taken by someone or just built built into the lore. Like, I guess State Clock, you wouldn't. There's no person in the world who is State Clock, but you wouldn't take it.
Yeah, of course. And that can be a little tricky because there's been thousands of clocks since this whole thing started. So you have to do your homework a bit and make sure that you're not.
There's a lot of names that are taken but aren't actively being used at the moment.
Yeah. One of the funniest trends was that a clock would introduce himself with their Flash movie, and it'll be like, "Hi, I'm Clock. I like Newgrounds and Clock Crew, and I look forward to making movies." And then that would be the only movie they ever make.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
right. We've had a lot of members that join and they say, "Hey, you know what? I'm this clock, I'm that clock," and then they never actually contributed anything. They never created any content or anything. That doesn't mean you don't get to be a clock. You don't have to be an animator. You don't have to be an artist.
We have a lot of musical people, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, I noticed that too. That wasn't something that started out. It used to be just artists and animators, but now we have people in the clock who are firing on all cylinders here.
We got someone who does animation with stop motion entirely. Different forms of art. It's really interesting.
Absolutely.
Skoder also asked if there's a database of previous clocks, and yes and no. Well, yes, not no. We do. I think we do have a repository. It's a pill. We have a list. We have a list on our website. I think we do.
Right. So
I think a good site would be to the Newgrounds user list. If you can search by username, you just type in clock and see if the clock you want is already taken or not.
Yeah, that and the CC registry.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So if the bigger question is, can I just be, Sky Clock and then your Sky Clock? Of course. But if you want to know how to interact with the rest of the team, become part of our collabs and the official community, you could probably DM any of us, and we could send you a link to our Discord, to our website, where you can actually interact with other clocks and see what projects we got going on. And both the Discord and the website will also have those registry lists where you can make sure that you're not taking a name that's already been claimed by somebody else.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so let me answer this question real quick from YouTube. Whatever happened to the old CC domain? So the original CC domain went through a couple different owners, and because like any other community, you're going to have drama, you're going to have conflict. They finally gave the CC domain to Tom so Tom could safeguard it. And that was still our website for many years. Well, eventually Tom put it back in the hands of some clocks that were administrators at the time. And I don't know whose fault it was because I was kind of on hiatus for a short while, but the domain did not get renewed by the expiration date. And then when they went to renew it, some, these domain stalkers that, sit there and just, wait for sites to go out on the market, grabbed .cc from under us and then wanted a ridiculous amount of money to give it back. So right now,
I hate those guys.
Yeah, so we're now currently at clockcrew.net. But forums are a good place to organize collabs and everything. But most of the time we're here on Discord because you could have that real time interaction and not have to wait till that person logs on again to answer a conversational.
Prosecuto Man asked if StrawberryClock, if you watched his Clock Day movie.
Which movie is that? I do watch Clock Day movies, but I don't think I watch all of them.
I think I've seen him. It was really good.
Let's see here.
Prosciutto Man. I do follow him. I'm pretty sure I've seen that one. I just gotta remember which one it is.
Yeah.
All right, he's typing.
Feel free to send it to me later, and I can take a look at it when this is over with. I'm always down to look at what you've made.
We have Void Creep asking, where did the idea of clock come from in general? The image of Strawberry with a clock is insanely simple, but I think it looks awesome, sort of Alice in Wonderlandish. Was there any thought going into it, or was it just a clock on a fruit? Lol.
Is there any truth to the psychedelic rock band Strawberry Alarm Clock being part of your inspiration, or is that just legend?
There's a little bit. I think maybe I think I remember exactly what happened by now. So I was watching TV, and there was this TV show. It took place back in the '60s or something, and it's about some kids, and they wanted to start a band, and they're shouting out like random band names, and I think one of them was Strawberry Alarm Clock. At the time, I didn't know it was real, so I decided, okay, I think shit posting can be fun. So what should I name myself? Oh yeah, let's just do what that kid said, and on TV, and I just hooked out the alarm, and it was Strawberry Clock. I think it was the Wonder Years. There's this one episode where they wanted to start a band, and they were like trying to figure out a name, and they were like, "Oh, it's all nonsensical," and Strawberry Alarm Clock was one of the ones they mentioned out. So that aired right before I made the account, and that's yeah. So it does have to do with it, even though I didn't know it was a real band at the time.
Yeah.
Manly Potato asks, from having been around near the beginning of the website, what is one of the biggest differences between then and now for the way the site works, or what kind of people were around? If I'm remembering clear, you weren't really involved in the beginning much, right?
Yeah, I wasn't really. I was kind of more of a mascot than an actual contributor to the Clock Crew, because Orange founded Clock Crew, and got all the members, and they're making all the crazy posts about me. I was just posting shit without really giving it a second thought. But as far as like Newgrounds before, like 20 years ago compared to now, I don't know how to explain. Like, some parts it's very different, but some parts it's exactly the same. Like, I know that it was a lot more popular back then. This was before YouTube or any other sites you could submit your animations on. But I noticed a lot of people were taking it very seriously, and one of the things I believe has stuck around, and I think has gotten stronger since its conception, is the sense of community and collaboration. And I think it has never been stronger than it is now. I was posting for I was posting a casting call for a cartoon I'm working on, and I got a lot of I got a lot of people send me their demo reels. I thought it was really good, so I talked to a couple of them, and all of them were just so incredibly helpful, wanting to see this succeed. And I was open to suggestions. I wanted to hear what they thought. And they're like, I was telling them like what my plans are for it, like what's the art style going to be like, the animation style, what's inspired by, and they would tell me like, oh yeah, I know this background guy I worked with. Maybe he could help you out or something like that. And it's like everyone, like voice actors. I was talking to voice actors, but they were very tight with other people who were involved in other parts of production, which I thought was really cool. It felt incredibly wholesome at that point when I was talking to people about my idea, and they were just reaching out and seeing how they could help out. I thought that was amazing. So in that sense, I think Newgrounds hasn't been how should I say it? I think Newgrounds has been a lot stronger with its unity and collaboration and everything. And it's just full of people who just want to see others succeed and lend a helping hand when they can. And I need to do more of that myself if people need my help with whatever.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think I joined around the time where all the really interesting clock fellas kind of dropped off or started doing their own thing. So we had a lot of forum drama going on when we joined.
I never paid attention to that stuff.
It was all fun, but
never paid attention to that stuff. I didn't care about it. I just was here to have fun.
You got a comment on it, Pop-Tart?
You just said I wasn't interesting. I don't know if I want to talk to you no more.
No. But
oh no, are we having drama right now with the clocks?
Oh, you talking about the drama? Yeah. So when Boo and I came around, there was some people running the website and running the crew, and they didn't seem so focused on producing content. They were more about just creating a social environment. But they were very, I don't want to use a word like elitist or something because it's probably not what I'm looking for. But they had a certain, they had a list of things you weren't allowed to talk about. You weren't allowed to talk about anime for a while. You weren't allowed to talk about memes. It was like a really weird set of rules, and it turned off a lot of people, and we lost some really talented artists because they were like, you know what, I want to be in a community that, I could talk about my interests and stuff without people judging me and banning me. I got banned because I was arguing at the time with one of the admins about hockey because I'm from Chicago, so the Blackhawks were in the finals, and I'm arguing with this guy, and he didn't like the fact that Roberto Luongo was not playing his best game, and I got banned. I mean, it was a really
how dare
strange...
you? How fucking dare you?
I mean, it was a really strange time. But those people all got expelled, mostly with the assistance of Pineapple, because he had the admin rights to the website, so a bunch of clocks that were just kind of tired of the tyranny partnered with Piney and demoted those guys and established a new staff that actually wanted to create art and stuff, and that was around 2012. You go on the Newgrounds now and you look at all the collabs and the flash floods and everything that happened around 2012 for the next few years. That was because they actually put a team in place that wanted to make art and not just
have a dick measuring contest.
Yeah, there's a
yeah, I think I've heard about that. I never really looked into it too much, but some people were telling me like, they were having like a long discussion about banning you, StrawberryClock, and I was like, okay, why are you still calling it the Clock Crew if you're this anal about how it was conceived in the first place?
We had a lot of blue variants too, like Blue Zombie or Blue Book.
Yeah, so that's the extent of the drama I really know of regarding that. I mean, I did have some personal drama with I felt overwhelmed at times, and people would just bother me all the time, like on instant message. We were talking like AIM, and ask me questions, and it would just would ask me question after question and question, and it wasn't like anything interesting about what's going in my life. It was just all like StrawberryClock Crew questions, and they were just like asking me stuff like, how many seeds does StrawberryClock have? I'm like, how the fuck am I supposed to know?
It's a good question. It's a good question.
But yeah, it got overwhelming for a bit, and I denounced the Clock Crew for a bit, but then I realized that was kind of a dick move to the clocks who weren't grossly obsessed with stuff and annoying me. So I joined back, and been here ever since.
How does it make you feel when you see that a Clock Crew has transcended Newgrounds, right? So there's been Easter eggs in games like Dying Light, and there was a comic book put out by Boom called The Curse, I think. that had a Strawberry Clock reference in it. Is that surreal to you to look back and see that, like, you Google Strawberry Clock and it's just all over the internet?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like some of those people were clocks in the clock crew who made it into the industry and wanted to, just give a little wink, a little Easter egg to, kind of how they got started. I was watching a TV show, like a cartoon, a few years ago. I forget what it's called exactly, and then out of nowhere, this guy has a pineapple clock and orange clock tattoo on his arm. I think.
Oh, Mr. Pickles?
I think that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, looking at it right now.
Yeah. So I wasn't expecting it. I was like, I was just bored watching, TV, and there is clocks right there on TV. And I've seen it like more recently, like Henry Stickmin collection had a little cameo. Well, not really cameo. It was kind of like just chilling in the background. And there's probably a bunch of other examples that I have no idea exist, and that I'm just going to randomly run into one day. I think it's a little surreal, but can't complain about it. I think it's really cool with these little shout-outs.
First, though, ask what kind of stuff you guys usually make or like to make.
Well, I really like. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, it's okay. Stuff.
Oh, okay. That I only interrupted one word. For me, I like to just make the kind of stuff I want to play or watch or whatever. I'm more of a game developer myself. I obviously can't draw or animate. I just know what I like, and I love watching silly cartoons. And I'm kind of working on one right now. Taking producer roles, thinking a little bit of money into it. Hopefully it turns out well. But like I said, I got a lot of helping hands reaching out to me when I started talking about it, and referring me to different people. So it's gonna be a very exciting time producing this, and we'll see how it goes.
We really like the community though really likes to do collaborations. I think one of our favorite things is something we like to call Pass the Flash, where it's pretty much telephone game where someone creates the first part of the story and then someone else does the next part, and it's just completely up to whoever's next to guide the story along.
Yeah, I forgot about those collabs. I need to participate in one of those sometime.
I think you have.
I have. It was in like 5 years though. A very long time.
One of the interesting things about our collaboration process is, sometimes we'll do Pass the Flash like Blue was talking about. Sometimes we'll just make a bunch of unique, unrelated parts and just, string them together like any other collab you might stumble upon on the BBS or something. But then there are times we get nutty, for lack of a better word. We decide to be experimental, in our pretentiousness. We've done collabs that were written completely in reverse, where we started at the end of the story and wrote it backwards. We've done one where we started on both ends and met in the middle. We did one a couple years ago where we were all challenged to make the most annoying, obnoxious sound bites we could and then pass it on to another artist to animate. So couple of collabs we did called for Thanksgiving called Pass the Gravy. They were a bunch of individual parts that were made, and then the challenge was to try to make a cohesive story out of it by making little parts in the middle. So it's never boring.
I just got an idea for one. Kind of like one of those choose your own adventure ones. Like, I don't know if you've seen like Bandersnatch, Black Mirror on Netflix.
We've actually had that planned before. It horribly fell apart, I believe, but we're still trying to figure out how to incorporate it with Flash being dead now.
Oh, that's true. It's like you can't click a button that says I choose this.
Yeah.
That is a challenge.
Yeah, we actually got pretty far on that. It was and it was very, very I don't even know. Like, the project became more complicated than we envisioned in our heads because there just became so many branches to the story. But I think those elements still exist somewhere.
I know I have my part saved somewhere still.
Right, and NG does their Flash Jam. Is that what they call it? The Flash Jam every March. I mean, so it's definitely something we could potentially, as long as it was Ruffle friendly, resurrect.
Yeah, that is a challenge. Like, I don't think of too much often with the Death of Flash is you don't have easy components that anyone can add, like, a button, or even for something for a single movie, like, oh, this Flash movie is very long. Let me add some chapters there, so people can skip ahead to their favorite parts. You can't do that anymore. They have to like remember the exact timestamp whenever it happened.
Mm-hmm. I remember those.
Yeah.
I was there for it. I guess when it comes to me, Pop Tart was talking about pretentiousness in a lot of the stuff we make. I like to just drizzle on a bunch of inherent personal meaning to a lot of my experimental works and just go nutty with how experimentative I can get with it. Sometimes I feel bad because I feel like I'm not doing something that seems truly clock related, and there's sort of an imposter syndrome thing going on. But otherwise, I have a lot of fun with it, and people seem to like it. So,
I mean, I wouldn't worry about imposter syndrome. Like, if every clock was the same, it would be pretty
yeah,
boring.
exactly. That's what I keep telling myself. But yeah, no, the uniqueness of the clock crew is what really, inspired me to join up. Just because everybody was doing something a little bit different than the other, and there's a nice, very colorful body of work to be explored with it.
I mean, to me, clocks is just making exactly what you want to make,
Mhm.
and having moral support behind it, or assistance in making your dream a reality. That's how I've always seen it.
Yeah, good way of putting it.
So, what is weird is you create this clock avatar that's very much based on yourself. You refer to yourself as it, but then it becomes almost public domain, and other people you might not even have ever met, include this character, in their stories. But each clock character, there's a lore to it, a myth where there's a personality, like Flounderman, who's one of my favorite active clocks right now. He as a human being is a really great guy, but the character is this deviant. He's a criminal. He's obscene, and you can't make a movie with Flounderman now without him being that. The same way StrawberryClock is the king of the portal, but he's also kind of a savant. He's like a Cobra Commander of sorts of the clock crew. So when Phonograph did his Pink Room series a couple years ago, and he had characters like Medic that weren't really clock related, you still embrace them because it's now part of the mythos. Phonograph had a very unique voice, so when I animate Photograph Clock now, I go out and I have to go find out that very unique voice, just like Strawberry has a unique voice.
Yeah, you can't do StrawberryClock without without that horrible sounding early 2000s computer voice. It sounds absolutely horrible, but it's also hilarious.
I want to go on a record and say Flounderman Clock is also my favorite. He's also the first clock I got to hang out with in real life, passing through Arizona, which is pretty cool. He showed me Culver's, which is my favorite restaurant ever now.
Nice.
Pop Tart knows what's up.
Sorry.
Oh, no.
No, sorry. I did meet a few clocks in real life a couple of times, mostly at Pico Days, when we would all fly over to Pennsylvania and just, hang out for a bit. like all Newgrounds artists everywhere. I miss that. I really miss that. Going there and just talking to a bunch of people, meeting people for the first time, seeing what kind of shit people are doing. It was so much fun. But unfortunately, as we all know, the pandemic has made that virtually impossible for quite a while now. So I'm hoping it ends and eventually I get to come. I and everyone else gets to come back and do that again. Are there any more questions?
There's quite a few.
From Brandy Boozle.
Ooh.
Boozle? Why don't you sound like Beep Boops?
You mean the computer voice?
You should have heard him earlier, and he was getting his mic working. He definitely sounded like Beep Boops.
Oh yeah, I had a terrible mic when I was setting up, and they couldn't hear shits. Now I'm now speaking to my snowball mic, so. Yeah, I mean the case is it's a terrible sounding voice, and even though this voice I have right now is not much better.
I'm going to answer this question real quick. From YouTube, Night of Anguish asks, Pop-Tart, how many sprinkles did you have before the tan? So the interesting thing about Pop-Tart is, when I first drew him for the first time. So my first clock name wasn't actually Pop-Tart. It was Dave Coulier Clock from the right?
That sounds so
from well, right. So I from Full House. I don't know why I picked him at random. And not that wasn't fun. It was really hard to do much with. So one of my very close friends, Clock, actually recommended Pop-Tart, and it kind of stuck ever since. So when I first drew him, he was like a strawberry frosted looking clock with the red and whatever sprinkles. But then to kind of more match my own personality, I kind of like gravitated where now he's a s'mores clock. So s'mores clock doesn't really have any sprinkles, and it's filled with chocolatey marshmallow deliciousness.
Yum.
That was the kind of Pop-Tarts I ate when I ate Pop-Tarts.
I think that's the flavor I have in my cupboard right now.
I don't think I've ever seen a Pop-Tart besides you.
Oh, that's right. I've never seen a phonograph in person either. So call it you.
All right, that's fair.
Brecky asked. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, dude.
Okay. Brecky asks, for someone who wants to get more familiar with clock content, where would be a good place to start?
I believe that the link is Newgrounds/collection/clock crew. It'll give you like the history of the clock crew and then a link to like everything that's ever been tagged as a Clock Day Flash. That's a real like, I mean, there's a lot of movies that you would have to catch up on. But if you want to, like, people ask me what are some of the most influential Clock Crew movies that you want to get to watch if you want to have any idea what they're about. You look at some early movies by Rupee, by Strange Clock. You look at the Void series. The Void series by Blue was so important in kind of establishing a lot of that lore we were talking about. And it was so groundbreaking at the time. Literally, every time you watched the movie, the characters would change because it would swap out symbols on you. The clock faces told you the actual time you were watching the movie. The guy was really just doing stuff that was trying to show that the Clock Crew wasn't all spam. That there was some artistry to it and there was some storytelling. I think tomorrow they're doing a storytelling panel on There She Is, or whatever that movie that movie's called, and they're going to be talking. All right, so they're going to be talking about the concept of the monomyth, I think, based on what I read. And Blue is very much following that formula that many myths do, where Strawberry was living a normal life, and then this event happened that took him on this journey. I mean, Blue was really, really sharp when he composed that movie.
I need to check that out. I don't think I've seen that actually. There's a lot of stuff I haven't seen.
One of my biggest inspirations, I think, Blue Clock's movies.
Right.
I think Blue came out and said he's not going to make a third one ever. Am I right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
So what was the question again? Sorry, my mind just escaped me for a second.
Where would be a good place to start with clock content?
Oh yeah, duh. Just go on Newgrounds. Look at the clock day submissions; those have the very best. But I also convince people to kind of look at the stuff that was made in like 2001, 2002, to get a good idea of kind of how all this started, and and the stuff is still the stuff other people made anyway is actually it's still really funny in my opinion.
Sort of like hieroglyphs.
Yeah. So some of my favorite clocks are like you said, Rupee, Turd, Strange, Renegade. But there's a lot. There's a lot to escape. And Pop Tart, of course, and you guys for the sale of Phonograph. You guys make good shit too. Yeah.
Thank you.
There's a lot. There's a lot of great makers that I just can't remember right now because there's just too many, and it's been a while.
A long road.
Sold it. What? Soliton Medic? Is that it? Yeah, Soliton Medic asks, what do you guys consider yourself nowadays? The crew were known to flood the portal with spam back then, but some clocks produce really good content. I'd say we're still a crew, really.
I don't think that mantra has really changed at all. It's just kind of at a slower pace, maybe.
Yeah, it's more chill, and I'm kind of doing the same thing I've always done. I'm just kind of making the kind of stuff I want to make and going forward with that.
Yeah, I've kind of I haven't stopped making clock content, but I've kind of cut down on making solo content and just kind of did more at the community instead while I focus on my other stuff.
I think the fact that a lot of the clock crew members now, I mean, we have some young people, some new members, but some of the legacy ones, the fact that they are a few years older now, and with that comes some maturity. I think you see a lot less spam unless we're doing a specific event like the Flash Flood. Rob is real good for churning out 5-minute movies. I think there's more of an interest in like storytelling now and trying to push ourselves a little bit more. Spam itself is an art. You go back what not just what StrawberryClock was known for, but what Flounderman's doing now, or even what Drill, Drunk Magic Koopa, what number did he go? Name did he go? I mean,
that was the name. Yep.
So I mean, it truly was an art form. But I think now with so much content being created on the internet, and you wanting to try to do something that won't get buried in the din, I think we at least attempt to make something more cohesive. The last few collabs we did, we were very fortunate to have featured on the front page by Newgrounds, and we were obviously very grateful for that. But each one of those stories was at least 10 minutes long, and actually had a start and a finish to it.
I still can't get over Thorclock's Flash Flood from what was it, last year or 2 years ago.
Oh, I forgot to mention Thorclock.
Thorclock's amazing.
Yeah, I'm kind of trying the same approach as well with the clock movies, with the ones I'm putting out every year. It's kind of like a serialized story where I just don't know where it's going, and every year I just continue the story and try to end it. Yeah, that stuff. So I just try to end it in a way where it's like, okay, I don't know where does this go. I'll figure it out later, and then I just go forward with that. I try putting a little effort into it. It kind of make it look like a stylistic suck. And learning new techniques because because I like animation, and I do want to learn more about it. It's just just not very talented.
Oh, I think what the Clock Crew often proves is you don't have to be, Happy Harry, to, create an entertaining piece of art. Now, a lot of times on Newgrounds, you'll see someone. It could be Wavetro, is that how you say his name, or even the squirrel guy, or even Brew Stew. These guys don't animate, in some huge in-depth anime, level of artistry. They rely very heavily on, having a good story, having good jokes that flow together and don't lose your interest. And I think very often with something like Clock Takes Over, he did not spend 9 months composing this. He was making those episodes every single day, and what made the series so successful was just his brilliance in his scripts and his delivery with the voice acting, and then bringing other clocks into the mix to help him deliver some of those performances as well.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned Ill Will Press, because something I've been trying to nudge him into doing that he's not interested in is, I know he got a lot of shit back in the day. I don't know if you're wrong for that drama or not, but I feel kind of bad how some of the clock treated him. So I thought it'd be hilarious if me and Ill Will Press could do a StrawberryClock filming crossover. Thought that'd be the funniest thing ever, but I get.
And is he not responded to you, or
he's not responding. He's not interested. But I thought that'd be like the funniest meta thing on Newgrounds ever.
Yeah,
it certainly would have.
I would have hated it still.
Okay, well,
I would have voted 0.
I would have hated half of it. How about that?
Okay, well, you rate it 2.5 instead of 5 or 0.
Give it a 3.
Rick Stubbins asks, do you have any plans for the Clock Crew in the future? Also, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but the name is very reminiscent of the Clocketeers from the Metalocalypse, although you guys beat them by a long while. So do we have any plans for the future? I think one of the biggest things I love about the Clock Crew is the fact that we don't want to profit from it. So profiting or marketing it in any way is definitely not in our vision.
Back in the day, that wasn't even a thought in anyone's minds when they were making Flash movies.
I had someone message me a while back saying they wanted to donate to support the Clock Crew, and I was kind of dumbfounded because I didn't know how to take that. So I messaged up VCR and asked him about it, and he just told me, I can pay for the servers for .net, so don't even worry about it.
I think there was one person who tried to capitalize it, literally copyright and whatnot. I forget their name though.
Oh God, I've been getting a lot of people making suggestions on how I can profit from the Clock Crew right now, and it's something that I still don't understand anything about it. And I think you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that
NFTs.
Baffling to try and
Oh man.
Yeah, I've gotten people saying, "Dude, you should make B into an NFT," and I'm like, I don't understand what an NFT is, and I'm hearing a lot of bad things about it. Is this something I actually want to do or not? And even if I did, I don't logically understand why anyone would want that, because they're not really owning anything. They just have their name in a database. It's something I can't wrap my head around. I guess I'm old now.
What about Friday Night Funkin'? Would you be open to them putting SBC in Friday Night Funkin'? I think it's overdue.
Oh yeah, I think I'd be good with that. I actually did talk to Ninja Muffin a while back. I think about a year ago, and I said like, if you want to use Strawberry Clock in your game, you can. You got my full permission. Just do what you want. But and we've touched base a couple of times, but we haven't really talked about that specifically or anything like that. But maybe he's going to come. I don't know. Your guess is good as mine, but I trust whatever they're going to do. Whether they include or not is going to be the best for their game. I'm just really really happy about the success that game has gotten, and so many people on the team are like so young. Like I think there were some people in high school when that thing blew up. Still in high school when that thing blew up, and they had a great idea, and they saw it through, and they made it big, and so many people love it, and rightfully so. And I'm seeing like a ton of mods of it too. Like I would love for my game to get modded and have put his own spin on it. So I'm very happy about Ninja Muffin and everyone else on the team and their success. And I would love to see a Strawberry Clock in the game, but if they think that's the right thing to do.
It's been great to see.
Yeah, but I think for the future, we just plan on just staying a community and pushing out good content, bad content.
Yep, I'm gonna keep making stuff, and you have to suffer through it.
Oh no. So good.
What's the story behind those early 2000s text-to-speech voices from Skogar?
Well, I mean, they just sound horrible, but they sound horribly funny. I'm not the one who originally used them. A lot of the culture from early Clock Crew bleeded in together, and just became what clocks are, really. So Strawberry Clock didn't really have that voice, or any voice for that matter. I didn't even envision him really as a character that people would use in their movies or whatever. But I like using those voices, even to this day, because they're just so hilariously bad, and everything they say is funny. And you can make them say anything you want. Text-to-speech has gotten so much better nowadays, but it's more realistic sounding, and it's not as batshit crazy as those voices sound. Oh, that yeah, you can make them say all sorts of weird shit. People are still figuring out ways for them to say some really weird stuff.
And now it's gotten to the point where AI can like scale real voices, celebrities, whatnot.
Mm-hmm. I can make SpongeBob say anything I want now, and it sounds just like SpongeBob.
Living in the future.
Any more questions?
Soliton Medic from YouTube asks again, does Strawberry Clock really break into Rupee Clock's home, as shown in his movie? Our lawyers say no.
I don't remember that movie, unfortunately. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, I love Rupee Clock's movies, and I may have watched it, but I just don't remember it, unfortunately.
And then Chris or something asks, what are each member's favorite Pop-Tart? And I really hope he means each member here.
My favorite Pop-Tart is Pop-Tart Clock.
That's what I was gonna say, because I've never seen a Pop-Tart before. Like in stores, anywhere.
All right, here's the real question: which one's your favorite Pop-Tart? Raw, or toaster oven, or frozen?
Toaster.
I gotta go with frozen.
I go for toasted.
But I'd have to say blueberry frozen would be my favorite.
Oh, those cinnamon ones are pretty good.
Oh, the
One of those
s'mores.
maple
the
and
s'mores
cinnamon,
ones.
or no? Oh no, oh the maple brown sugar is the one I'm thinking of.
Oh, I
Those are
think I
pretty
had a
good.
lot of that as a kid too.
And,
If you had to make a clock right this second, what would it be? If we had to draw a clock right this second?
Pool, no, a medium-sized
like a new
lamp,
clock persona.
brown medium-sized lamp clock.
Broken paintbrush clock.
I'm just looking around my room and I just seen, what can I call? Oh, Starbucks coffee cup clock.
Very specific.
Some of the most unique clocks are ones like Losperman and Flounderman and Dwarfinator. So these weren't like pieces of fruit or vegetables. They were just literally words that were created. Corpse Grinder Clock got his name from the lead singer of a metal band. So I think we had a thread going one time where we were just making up like random names, and one of them that came up that I really love was Gorilla Gator, half gorilla, half alligator clock. I mean, something that will inspire people to put you in their stories is not going to hurt you.
Yeah, that's also a good idea. I've never really, like I said, I didn't put any thought into my name, and I don't know. They have more creative ideas for names than I do. Anything else on the questionnaire list? Let me take a look here.
Just going to preemptively apologize to everyone that we may have bored in the last hour. This very quickly became, four old friends talking about nothing instead of, actually being informative about.
That's exactly how I wanted this to go, because we're just regular people,
I'm thinking this morning, I'm like, okay, what do we talk about if we need something, I don't know if any of y'all know Strawberry actually got threatened to be sued by Nintendo once. I'm like, oh, that's a good story, and that's a real thing. A lot of people ask me about the colors I use, the midtones and the desaturated. I'm like, okay, let me pull out my art book and brush up on some terms, and instead we're sitting there talking about sprinkles. But that's cool.
I mean, if this is what you guys want to hear, this is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
We're answering your questions, so if you want to hear about,
we'll be better prepared next year.
Mulling it over.
If they let us back in here.
Yeah.
Talk about what is this going to be about?
This could be our only chance to say stuff. Okay, so I'm looking here. I see a really good question. As longtime users of the site, who are some of your favorite creators, favorite movies, and games that are not clock creations? I guess I'll start.
I'm thinking.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. I'm thinking too. The first series I was really invested in on Newgrounds is a series name that I cannot say anymore, and I think you know what that is. If you've been around Newgrounds for a while, you know exactly what the name of that series is. It's Animal Babies. That was my shit back in the day. And I've talked to the guy who made it a few times. A really nice guy. You wouldn't expect him to be this really nice guy making these incredibly crude cartoons full of dicks and shit flying everywhere. But no, he's incredibly wholesome. He's a great guy. And yeah. Aside from that, a few other people who stand out to me are, a lot of the early days, the There She Is really stood out to me, oh wow, this level of quality could actually appear on Newgrounds. A lot of other creators, or I shouldn't say I follow creators, or rather to me, where I was a fan of spammy stuff for the longest time. I kind of still am, just stuff from the other crews, whatever they make. Star Syndicate, Kitty Crew, Barney Bunch, or whatever. Sometimes they make stuff that's incredibly absurd that I could never come up with myself, and I just find it fucking hilarious that a human put these together and actually submitted it to Newgrounds. It's the funniest thing in the world to me.
I think my favorite creator right now is still Sexual Lobster.
Oh yeah, he's great.
I really enjoy his tunes. And if
so, now go ahead, man.
No, you go ahead.
Why don't you go ahead?
So, you stole my answer. Sexual Lobster and Happy Harry, they just have this artistry that's very much unrivaled. Older movies, I was, I know some of the content creators like Oni and that Game Grumps guy that kind of left and we kind of disowned them. But Lilo and Satan by Oni is just really fun to watch. But I love when James Lee posts stuff. I know he ain't posted anything in a while, but I love his content.
I need to watch that show that came out on Adult Swim, made by two legendary. I think it's Smiling Friends, right?
Smiling Friends. I don't know why I said Happy Friends. I think I'm looking at the word happy.
Well, are you thinking of Happy Tree Friends?
I was thinking. I just remember when Pop Tart said Happy Harry. That's why.
Happy animal babies.
Yeah, we'll just call it that. But yeah, I mean, the show looks good. I haven't watched it yet, but I know that they're Newground legends, and they made it to the big time, and I'm so happy for them.
I like David Firth. I like Salad Fingers.
Oh, yeah. I mean, all these obvious answers you guys are giving out that
I see that Mind Chamber is watching us, so I gotta do a shout out to the Heroes of Cybertron, probably one of the first Newgrounds movies that I ever saw, and it really kind of drew me into that Newgrounds community at all. And Luis had some movies. I'm sorry, I call him Luis. Luis had some movies about a guy named Perverto. I don't think they're on the site anymore, but there was one. It had Destiny's Child and Lil Bow Wow. And some guy named Buckshot or something. Again, being a hip hop fan, I was thought that was some glorious stuff.
There's too many good creators to remember. A lot of them always escape me, but when you mention their name, it's bam, all the memories start instantly coming back of everything they've made. And
I'll be honest, I haven't really been using Newgrounds outside of clock stuff for a while now, so I may be a bit rusty on my knowledge of who's still around and who's new and doing stuff.
Carrot Clock, whatever his name was.
Yeah, he came back for a little bit, didn't he? A little bit. Carrot.
Carrot Clock is he's a pretty mysterious guy, I'll just say that.
So what Mind Chamber asked us was, what we're doing outside of Newgrounds, which is a pretty good way to wrap up, because I do know Strawberry's got some stuff he wants to talk about. So professionally, my grown-up job is not really related too much to what we see on Newgrounds. The most creative career move I made was, for a while I worked for a local university creating e-learning courses using Adobe Captivate, and I used a lot of what I learned in Flash when I was, migrating over to Captivate. So if you, I'll go ahead and say it's Governor State University in the suburbs of Chicago. If you ever go there and you take a course on sociology and you hear a voice that sounds suspiciously like this one, yeah, that's the Pop talking.
You got a good voice. I wish I had your voice. I can't stand my voice.
You got a good voice.
What are you doing, Phonograph?
I'm in university for art. I'm an art university, and on the side I sweep amusement park with a broom, clean up trash.
What about you, Vivu?
I also don't do anything artsy professionally. I'm in IT in San Diego. I work for an MSP, so I do a lot of IT stuff. I used to be a sailor. I used to be in the Navy, and then I grounded myself.
All right. For me, I mean, my life is I'm just really a normal guy, just going through life, everyone else. I'm currently working at Electronic Arts as a mobile app developer. I was working for a different company, but they bought us out for like $2 billion, and a lot of buyouts are happening these days, like the Activision Microsoft thingy, and it's not going to be the last. So yeah, that's where I'm currently at right now, and what I like doing for fun. I'm working on a few game projects. I'm heavily involved with a plugin called Crowd Control, where Twitch users can send commands over to a live streamer playing a game and have it affected in real time, where the streamer itself gets money. So you either help the player or hurt them. It's totally up to you, and it's starting to get pretty popular now. I'm not the main guy behind it, but I did write some SDKs for it, and I'm hoping that this year will really expand on people knowing that it exists and using it. Another thing I'm doing is I've decided to kind of have like an online animation studio that's based on developing original products, with original characters and everything. No parodies. Not that there's anything wrong with parodies. It's just this is what I want to do, and I want to utilize the talents of everyone who is interested in helping out and is a good fit for the project. I've like I said, I had a lot of people reach out to me yesterday for the voice acting and for voice acting, and they're good friends with people they've worked with in the movies, and it's an idea I'm pretty excited about. It's not like the most original idea in the world. It's not Shakespeare or anything. It's just a fun cartoon that I'm hoping that could kind of resemble something you'd watch on TV, but just a bit shorter. That's I think that's pretty much. I do have some concept art I can post, but I don't know if I can post it like right here though. That's the only thing. Just to give you guys a little taste. I've never been on the stage before, so I'm not sure how to do this. Anyone know how to? Just share a pic.
New feature for me too.
Yeah, I don't think it's like a traditional stream where you can share your screen, but I'm sure if you wanted to put it in the panel general chat, they probably love to see it.
Cool. Yeah, I'll show it off later then. No rush at all. So yeah, I'm like I've always been doing. I'm just doing shit I like doing and having fun with it and stuff I'm passionate about. Really, that's pretty much it.
Cool.
And answer Rick Steuben's question. What did I do in the Navy? I did IT too. In and out.
Now, we have a member named RadioTube Clock who's really obsessed with the Navy, and he has an entire series called
On the Bridge.
On the Bridge. I was going to say On the Deck, but no, that wasn't it. On the Bridge. Can you verify the accuracy of his Navy facts that he bestows upon us whenever he treats us to a flash?
It is scaringly accurate. And I've talked to him. He hasn't. I believe he hasn't been in the Navy either. So it's scarily accurate.
I actually met him at Pico Day. Really nice guy. I think I took a picture with him, and I was making the dumbest face ever because my face looks stupid in pictures anyway. So why the fuck not go all the way? Anything else? I mean, let me see how much time we have. I think we
Like 20 minutes.
No, he gave me a 10-minute warning about 5 minutes
Ooh,
ago. So
all right.
So I
Wrapping it
think
up, I
the
guess.
transition to whatever's happening next is going to happen.
They,
in, what, 5
they need to mop. They need to mop the floors
feels
before
so
the adult
good.
content comes in.
Yeah, we got to clean up the mess we made. Sorry, crashing your little party here. Any final words? I guess. Wait.
No, not really any final words, except stonesofanarchy.com. Oh, sorry.
Hey, if you want to show your stuff here, go for it. I mean, you're all talented guys. Just do it.
Again, if anybody is interested in collaborating with us, either as a Clock friend or a Clock crew member, just hit us up in our DMs, and we'll send you a link. Also, I'm always looking for new people to follow on Newgrounds. So if you shoot me a PM either here on Discord or on the website, I promise I'll check you guys out.
Same.
I've been needing to broaden my horizons for a while now. So, if you have cool stuff, please show me.
Yeah, I'd love to see what you've made.
And also look at my cool stuff sometimes and vote 5 on it.
Right. I think that's pretty much about it right now. Thanks for listening. Thanks
sorry.
for listening. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I interrupted you.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Thanks for stopping by and just listening to us shoot the shit for a little bit and asking questions and us answering it to the best of our ability. All I can say is, just keep making what you want to make. Support creators who are clearly passionate about what they want to do, and always try to push yourself out of your comfort zone when you're trying to make something. Try to learn something new and try to make yourself a little uncomfortable if you're trying to do something you're not really familiar with in your Flash movie. That's kind of the general guidelines I go by for myself anyway. But you can take my advice or leave it. But I really encourage people to see what they can do with their work.
I believe Phonograph was going to close out with a song.
Oh, was I? I don't have my ukulele with me, so I can't.
I thought you could just play music. You're a phonograph.
Well, I only have the one record, and it's in a language that's like I don't understand.
I would do it, but I only have one note.
There we go. Thanks, Pop.
Thanks, everyone, for listening.
Thanks for stopping by. How's that for a song?
Thanks for dragging me up here last minute, guys. That was
no problem. No problem. All clocks are welcome.
Yeah.
So let me talk to. We're still alive.
Hey everybody, Standby here, wrapping up day 1 here at the Newgrounds Winterfest 2022. Thank you so much to everybody for coming out and being part of the event today. I wanted to let you all know, those who wanted to get another look at the opening animation that took place just at the beginning of this festival, you could find it now on Newgrounds. It's called Newgrounds Winterfest Opening Animation, something to that effect. So do be sure to take a look at that and check it out. And leave a comment. The team worked really hard on it, and I know we'd be happy to hear your feedback. As for all of our guests this evening, big shout outs to the Clock crew, Voices by Cory, everybody on the Golden Age of Flash panel. You guys, thanks for kicking us off with a great start. And tomorrow we're going to be starting right back up at 12 p.m. Eastern time, so definitely make sure you make your way out here to catch all that content and have a good time together. We're going to take a quick look once again, just give you a little preview of the schedule before we wrap things up formally tonight, and then be sure to come in first thing tomorrow with our first panels of the day, once again starting at noon Eastern. Don't miss it right here on the Newgrounds Festival's YouTube channel and here on the Newgrounds Festival's Discord server. Thanks again, this is Stampy, and we'll see you tomorrow. Everything by everyone.